being here, senior leadership in government, BMA Benjamin, my namesake, of course ZBC, the board of directors and the management, and then of course the SABA directors general who are all here pushing very hard to make sure that we deliver on what we've been promising, and then our technical partners. And just in concluding, last week, Wednesday, I had the opportunity to meet with His Excellency, the Executive Director of SADC, where we had an opportunity in over 5 years just to detail to him what SABA is, what SABA does, and the importance. The important thing is that we have the buy-in of his office, which naturally now will take SABA to a different level. Because at this stage, SABA as an entity is not a chapter within SADC. But he gave us his commitment that he will elevate that to the level of senior government officials, and then from there to the ministers, and ultimately to the heads of state. So that for us, from a SABA perspective, it's most probably one of the most glaring achievements that we could have, that we have been able to achieve in the period that we've been existing. And for that, I really want to thank my fellow directors and everybody else who's been supporting us. And once again, thank you very much to the warm, warm welcome that we all have received. My first meal here, I said, I don't want to eat food that I can get in any restaurant. And they surprised me. They came with a typical Zimbabwean dish. I will not tell you what it is. You need to go back to the restaurants and ask the same question so that you can also get yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is the President of the Southern Africa Broadcasting Association and also the Director General for the Namibia Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Stanley Similo. Very important points he did touch on the issue of AI. While we are going to embrace it, we should also make sure we conserve and preserve the human touch and the values so that we protect our society through broadcasting. And also to pick a point from what he said, it is also important also to train our journalists as well so that they understand when they disseminate the information, when they share the information, when they give people the information, it is always right and factual. Ladies and gentlemen, certainly hope you're having a great time with us. Can you see some lovely smiles here? There you go. There you go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Kondisi wenhlanganiso yeSABA ukhulume ngokuqhakatheka kwe-AI ukuthi ngaphathisa njani lokulondoloza imisebenzi eqhutshwa nguZulu. Konke lokhu kukhulunyiwe konke ukuthi labo ababona ngezindaba bakuqhakathekise ukusebenzisa izindaba besebenzisa i-AI more.
Absolutely, Bengani. And I love how he actually cuts across the different languages. You know, he's just speaking to the diversity of the broadcasters in Zimbabwe. I thought I'll just flex there for a moment and to say we are rich in culture, we're rich in that language. By the way, 16 official languages in our constitution. So I thought, let me throw in a bit of some bragging rights as the host nation. But ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the 9th edition of the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025, running under the theme Content, Connectivity, Collaboration, Transforming Africa's Broadcast Media Landscape, and in an AI era. It is at a time such as this that we need to remember we can't afford to sink. We need to swim. We need to evolve. But at the same time, with these technologies, we need to be very careful of misinformation. And hence why the regulators also come in. The policymakers come in so that we shape the right kind of media policies. We have the right kind of regulation to stamp out that misinformation, the fake news, and other ills of some of these technologies. But without wasting more time, as we move with our program, allow me to welcome, because the host, ZBC, with the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, and the conveners, Southern Africa Broadcasting Association, SABA, and Broadcast Media Africa, are ensuring that we maximize on this platform. And so help us welcome the convener's open remarks, Mr. Benjamin Pius, the Chief Executive, Broadcast Media Africa. Please give him a rousing applause. I think we can give him more energy, give him some energy in his step. Yes?
Mr. Minister, good morning. This is different. Maoga, the President, this is different. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, first of all, I want you to appreciate the Masters of Ceremony for the energy in this room. It's been fantastic. Can we please give them a round of applause, all three of them? Mr. Deputy Minister, when we were in Swakopmund almost a year ago, your minister came and says, we have to bring the convention to Victoria Falls, to Zimbabwe. And we agreed. And he said, he stood on the podium and he said, you're going to see something different. And my deputy minister, I have been around this block for almost 14 years, doing this stuff with Saba. And I was scratching my head, I was saying, so, how is it going to be different? What is going to be different? What is it that we're going to see that we haven't seen before? I'll tell you something that is different straight away. This is the first time in 14 years that I'm going to have 3 Masters of Ceremony starting the conference. And this is the first time in 14 years that I'm going to see a Master of Ceremony that is speaking local language, which is awesome. That is fantastic. My name is Pius, Benjamin Pius. I see a lot of lovely faces, people that have been around us for quite some time. I see my lady from France 24. Fantastic, good to see you. I see BBC, my lady Mary Luciba. DW is here. I can go on, but my job today is to welcome you all. You're welcome to the 9th edition of the Broadcast Media Convention, Southern Africa. And it's fantastic that we are now touching on an issue that broadcasters need to be aware of. You're already aware of it. But how well are you aware of it? AI, how does AI allow you to collaborate? How does AI allow you to connect? And how does AI allow you to do what you do as public broadcasters, even as private broadcasters, and all of us within the media space? I did say that almost 12 months ago, we were invited here, and since then, the clock starts to tick. And we wouldn't be here today if not for the magnificent hosting capability that has been put together by my Oga here, Mr. Sugar. Mr. Sugar, please, can we please appreciate Mr. Sugar Zagunda, the ZBC, because without his leadership, and there is other one person, but she's not in here, so I'm going to reserve that till when she comes in, the board chair of ZBC. Without their leadership, we won't be sitting here today. They put together a powerful team that made sure that we are able to gather here successfully today. And as the clock ticks down, my deputy minister, we were working hand in glove, and we in broadcasting and in media who will be coming to join the panel and who will be making presentations. These are our resource people. Over the course of the next 2 days, you will hear from them. And I can assure you that when you go back, this surely will be one of the best conventions so far. Because these guys are coming from all over Africa, and indeed all over the world, to show us, to tell us, and to workshop with us. And we will be glad to say thank you to all of you, our resource people, because without you, we will have no conference. So can I indulge the house to please, as a collective, give a round of applause to our resource people, please. Thank you very much. I know their names have been mentioned, the company's name has been mentioned, but I stand here today, we stand here today because of the support of our partners, our technical partners, our sponsors. I know all, if not all of them are in this room, so I will go through their names, if you allow me, my Deputy Minister, please. And once I mention the name, can you please show by a raise of hand if you are here so the House can see you, colleagues can see you, and they can appreciate you. And I'm sure some of you will have the chance to also talk to us. So do I have DW in the house? DW? Please, can we appreciate DW, please? I know there is France 24. France 24, thank you. TVU Networks, thank you. My brothers from the other mother in the land of the greatness of South Africa, Centec. Thank you. Do I have Discover Digital in the room? There they are. Thank you. Do I have Workflow Labs from India? Thank you very much. Do I have Lavo from Germany? Thank you. Sputnik from Russia. There she is. Thank you very much. RUT from Russia. There he is. Thank you very much. And last but not least, SES. There they are. Deputy Prime Minister, God forgive me. Where am I from? England. Deputy Minister, these are the folks that have assisted us in terms of logistics, in terms of telling us what the industry is about. That is why I took time to make sure that we recognize them. Without much ado, I want to crave your indulgence to say thank you for coming, sir. And over the next 3 days, guys, if you need anything at all, I am here, the team is here, the ZBC teams are here, and we will make sure that your stay is a fantastic one. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Thank you very much.
Please keep clapping. It's too serious in here. We need to have some motivation for our speakers and for our convener. It's always interesting when you hear someone clap for you. There's almost like a certain spring in your step when you go back to your seat. And that's what I was looking forward to. But looks like the room was not really feeling like it. So hopefully, when we get to the next part of this, make sure you keep clapping for our speakers, for our delegates when they take their seats once again. But please feel free to use the free Wi-Fi. We do have Wi-Fi on our tables. Just scan the QR codes and hashtag Saba 2025. Hashtag Saba 2025. Utilize that space because after all, we are talking about moving with the times. We're about transforming the digital space, the media space, the broadcasting space. And this indeed is a very pivotal moment where we're talking about unifying the broadcasting and media space, the sector in the African continent. And it's good to see that we also have from the global north coming to join us, the partners, the sponsors coming to join us to this very pivotal platform where we're saying Africa is definitely the new frontier. And Africa is where we will be giving you more ideas of where we should be taking broadcasting and media. And at this point in time, my pay grade will not allow me to introduce the next speaker. So I'm also going to be calling upon the ZBC CEO, Mr. Sugar Chagonda. He will be calling upon our Deputy Minister to come. A short brief there. But of course, sometimes as the director of ceremony, it's okay. You have some hiccups and you always pick yourself up again. And of course, at this point in time, allow me to call upon our director from the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Director George Chisoko, to come and call upon our Deputy Minister. Mind you, this time, please applaud for him as he gets to the podium and give him that energy.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. The energy levels are very low. Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Far much better. I've been given a very difficult task here to introduce the Deputy Minister of Information to come forward and say a few words. But before I call him to come forward, I just want to say a little bit about him, so that we get to understand him as he comes to deliver his presentation. The man that we are talking about here this morning is a politician. He is a ZANU-PF member, Gwanda South constituency, MP Gwanda South constituency. He is also a veteran journalist, having been in the trenches for quite some time, working specifically for the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation. So indeed, besides being a politician and being an academic of repute, he is also one of us. And this man worries a lot every day about the welfare of journalists. He worries a lot every day about how to transform the public broadcaster to be what we want it to be. Monica talked about being futuristic. He is very futuristic. He says where technology is going, where technological innovations are headed to, and he worries about that a lot. This is why every day he agitates for huge investments in broadcasting. He is one of those that even in the parliament, all he worries about is calling for huge investments in broadcasting so that the broadcasting sector can grow, so that the broadcasting sector can serve its purpose. The man I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than the Deputy Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Honorable Dr. Ompile Marupi. He is also a multilingual. He speaks several languages. I think he speaks more than 8 languages. So as he comes forward, we're expecting that he's going to deliver his presentation in all those languages that he claims to speak. Over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you to the MCs of the day. Thank you, my director, Chisoko. You know, when you meet a group of elephants, it's called a herd of elephants, and a group of buffaloes is a group of buffaloes, but they also have another name. A group of lions is a pride of lions, and a group of cattle is a head of cattle. A group of chickens is a brood of chickens. But when we refer to buffaloes, we also call them a gang of buffaloes. And in this room, with this big number, I don't know what they call you, because we have a gathering of media practitioners. And these animals that I've mentioned, they have got a way of marking the territory or their territory. So you also have got your way of marking the territory in your industry. I don't know if this is what you are here for, or it is just a gathering. But what I know, the pen is mightier than the sword. And this is what we are here for. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first start by recognizing our head of state for having allowed and given our minister the leeway and the permission to invite Saba to be held here in Zimbabwe. maybe we need to put our hands together. Because we wouldn't be here. And to our SABA president, Mr. Stanley Similo, when I actually heard Similo, you know, I actually thought Similo, you are from around Zimbabwe, maybe somewhere in Cholocho or Lupane. But I was, you know, because in our local language, Similo, we're talking of Muntole Similo Esihle, someone of good character. So I hope it also translates to that in Namibia. Thank you, sir. To our BMA Africa CEO, Mr. Benjamin, thank you very much. And you know, the excitement that I had when you greeted me, and I could tell that I'm meeting a Oga. So thank you very much. And of course, we have our board chair, who actually chairs our ZBC here, that is led by our CEO, Shuka Chigonda. Thank you. You know, your name itself speaks volume. The sweetness that we have in broadcasting, you know, you added some sugar in the whole of this thing. And thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, forgive me, allow me to say all protocol observed. To be frank with you, under this fourth industrial era that we are existing in, it is largely defined by a massive transformation in technological innovation. And we cannot talk of transformation in this media field without talking of content, connectivity, and collaboration, because that's what actually defines us. That's what defines our industry. That's what defines our field. And when we actually talk of the content creation, connectivity, and collaboration, and where we are, it cannot be done. It cannot be discussed without mentioning, without dwelling on artificial intelligence. It is therefore very, very critical that in broadcasting, in the media, we cannot wish away the environment we are living in, the existence of artificial intelligence. And these are the things that we need to pay particular attention on, because they contribute towards our content creation. And when we talk of content creation, we are actually talking of we're talking of programming. And programming is what we are, so what we live. And when we are talking of programming, there are issues that come in. We are talking issues of how do we get to reach out to our consumers, to the audience. And that's where we talk of issues of language. That's where we actually talk issues of tools of trade. That's where we actually talk of issues to do with gender. That's where we talk of issues to do with capacitation. And you find that in Zimbabwe, as a ministry, we saw it fit that we make an amendment of the Broadcasting Services Act so that we come up with a media policy that cushions, that supports the changes that are taking place. And among some of the changes, we cannot really get to fulfill our mandate without any financial support. And the policy really seeks to empower, seeks to support ZBC through some revenue generation ways that come through this policy that has actually been put in place. And as a government and as a way of supporting our public broadcaster, we are really happy that we believe we are moving with the times, and we are in support of our public broadcaster, and with Saba and BMA, the presentations and your speeches here really show that you are concerned with what is happening around us in this part of the world, because we don't exist in isolation, and we need to be part of the world, and we cannot be part of the world when we operate in silos and pretend as if nothing is happening around us in terms of the technological changes that are taking place, because they feed into almost all the industries in the world, the changes in the world that are taking place. And because of my background, probably as a media practitioner, I always say there is no economy in the world that can function without the media. We are the people. We are the people. We are the engine. And we are the best engine. And now we are saying for our engine to remain moving and to remain relevant, we are also saying, fine, let's also adapt to the terrain so that if need be, we should actually have a small engine, a 1.4 engine. We found ourselves adapting. If we need a V8 engine, so be it. So that at the end of the day, we are not found lacking. It is therefore important, ladies and gentlemen, that we be part of the changes that are taking place around the world. And we're talking of climate change. And there is no way that can be discussed, that can be reported without us. Hence the need to understand our linguistic and cultural definitions of our environments and where we are operating from, so that we come up with content that is relevant all the time. So it is this moment in time that as we gather here, as we deliberate here, at the end of the day, we come out a better people, and people who are ready to go out there and deliver. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't know why Salif Keita's Jammu Africa is ringing in my head. It reminds me of the days he used to host a TV musical program called Afrobeat. So when he stood up there and we heard him speak, it reminded me of those days. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause again to our Deputy Minister for those remarks, speaking to the fact of resilience. Us as Africans owning the narrative. And we can only own the narrative when we tell our own stories as Africa. And that's what we need to do. Let's not wait for our stories to be told by other people, but by us, for our people as Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, right now I would like to allow those that are sitting in the front to come for a group photo. So the photographers, please, we want to take a group photo before we allow them to resume their seats here so that we continue with the program. So they are going to a bit of music while the photos are being taken, please, and we can continue with our program. I don't know how you want to arrange them. I'm sure you can lead in that respect. Yes, thank you very much.
Experience the majesty of Africa at the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025, proudly hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, ZBC, and the Southern Africa Broadcasting Association, SABA. Set against the breathtaking backdrop of Victoria Falls, one of the world's 7 natural wonders, this year's convention invites you to a place where the mighty Zambezi River plunges into a deep chasm, creating a spectacular curtain of water that captivates all who behold it. The locals call it Mosia Tunya, the smoke that thunders. This awe-inspiring setting provides the perfect stage for broadcasters from across Africa to gather, share insights, and explore the innovations shaping the future of media under the theme Content, Connectivity, Collaboration, Transforming Africa's Broadcast Media Landscape in the AI Era. Join us as ZBC welcomes you to Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe for the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025. Feel free, feel at home, you're home away from home. ZBC, proud host of the 2025 SABA Conference.
Current Affairs, your window into Zimbabwe, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Join us for unscripted live events, state functions, parliamentary debates, independence, heroes, and defense forces celebrations, and many more. We are committed to telling the unbiased Zimbabwean story, giving you unfettered access to the latest news and developments shaping our nation. From the streets of Harare to the world stage, Current Affairs brings you the stories that matter most to Zimbabweans. Don't miss out on our in-depth coverage of local and international issues, expert analysis, and thought-provoking discussions. ZBC Current Affairs, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Stay informed, stay engaged, and stay ahead.
By the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA.
Opportunity, Your Excellencies, Director Generals, dear colleagues and friends. I say friends because I see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. I just want to make a quick remark. We changed the name of the presentation a few days before, so it's going to be more of a general type of thing about RT in Africa, but also AI included. But we're going to have the panel sessions about AI where speakers who are a lot more comfortable with this topic will talk about it. Either way, can we please start the presentation? Yes. All right. So, good morning once again. Our journey in Africa started around 4 years ago. I mean, we were broadcasting in Africa way before that, but we really started producing local content 4 years back. And when I say local content, I specifically mean that it is not the content that we produce for Africa when we cover some African events or African news. It is the content that comes from the African people, that covers African stories. We are here just to, drop off a camera, to maybe drop off some crew in this or that particular place, but then the rest is done by the local teams. And when we thought about the content that we would like to have in Africa, we realized that the best way to do it is to have, first of all, content that people can relate to, like ordinary people, everyday people. And the second one is more of a educational type of thing, a bit more history involved. So I'm gonna show you, first of all, the Africa Within program. That is for the ordinary people. This is something that is relevant to all of you, because in this particular program, we explore human stories across the continent. And the stories can be about whatever. I'm going to show you one of the examples about the day of life of a policeman in Nairobi. And this is just one of the examples of such stories. So let's watch a quick video. Can we run the video, please? And the sound. The sound is not there, right? Excuse us this little hiccup. The previous one, please. The previous one.
How shall we interact with the rest of the world? Are we going to relate with the world in terms of donations?
No, the previous one. Let's play this one, please. Yes. There we go. So yeah, this is just one of the examples how we explore a policeman job on a day-to-day basis in Nairobi, but this, applies also to any other country where we travel in Africa. We try to make it universal in a way that to cover as much stories as possible. But then we come to the next program, which is Lumumba's Africa. This is our flagship program. This was actually the first one that we launched in Africa. It was very important for us because we had to really put a lot of effort into making it. And the idea here is very simple. So there is Professor Lumumba from Kenya, a Pan-Africanist, a lawyer, a man of many talents, actually. And we don't give him script. We don't give him nothing. We just put a camera in front of him. He sits in a chair and he narrates. And he just gives his opinions on many things, on history of current state of affairs in Africa, on the future of the continent, education, medicine, everything. And we really just have to sit in front of him and just listen to him because he doesn't need nobody. He's just doing what he loves to do. And I'm going to show you the promo video for that program as well. Can you please turn it on?
What is the state of the continent of Africa? How shall we interact with the rest of the world? Are we going to relate with the world in terms of... How shall we interact with the rest of the world? Are we going to relate with the world in terms of donations or in terms of trade? Africa must define what she wants politically. Africa must define herself culturally. Africa must define herself spiritually, because Africa has no choice but to move forward, and forward she will move.
He's still going, so we got a lot more to tell. He's got a lot more to tell, actually. And the last African show that we recently launched is called African Legacy. So this was very important for us as well, because we value very much, and we see how African nations value very much the history of your countries and the great African leaders that fought for the liberation of your countries. And we would like to also put that in front and showcase the descendants of these great African leaders that continue the ideas and the actions of their descendants. Can you please turn it on? Yes, so they just give, again, their opinions, they give their speeches about what they think about the current state of Africa, and we just give them the floor, and they do the rest. And now, back to the AI topic, right? After all, that's the main topic for the media summit that we're having these days. So we use AI for multiple reasons and on multiple occasions. First of all, sometimes we just, let's put it this way, we like to play with it a little bit, right? So when we do our promos before certain big events, we might create something with the use of AI, and I'm going to show you one of the examples like that. It is not to be taken seriously, right? It's just the playful way of using AI, which is also which can also exist, in my opinion. Can you please turn it on? Can we please run the...
And there's no need to be afraid. Elections that we had. Obviously, Donald Trump and President Biden, they didn't say none like that, but that's the whole point of using AI in this playful way. Of course, we didn't put it right here, but obviously we got all the notifications that this is AI generated and everything. And the second way of using AI is a lot more important because it brings back to life the historical events that once happened in the past. And you probably all saw how the photos, the old photos from the archives, are brought to life using AI. So this is what we did with the archives from the Second World War, from the photos from the encounter on the Elbe when the Soviet and American troops first met on the Elbe River. And I would like to show you how we used AI to make these photos more lively. Can you please turn it on?
Tears welled up in many eyes, perhaps partly from a premonition that not everything would be so good in the future. We embraced, we swore never to forget our meeting.
Yeah, so these photos were animated using AI, and I think that's one of the best ways that we can use this technology right now, in not only in broadcasting but just in our everyday life. Because this is, I think, this technology is also very much used by people just across the planet. So yeah, and I just wanted to show you another, continuation of the African legacy topic. These are the billboards that we did in Africa last year. So this is the campaign, right? The advertisement campaign that we did. Actually, Zimbabwe is also on a list, and the way we did it, we took the great quotations of great African leaders. Former presidents, prime ministers, and we just put that on the billboards, basically, so that people can remember them and what they were saying. So Zimbabwe one, you can also see on the screen. It was in Harare. And just a quick, last but certainly not least, a quick reminder or new information for some of you who don't know about it. So we got RT Academy as well. That's what we do in the sphere of experience exchange, right? Because it also matters very much. And we have tailored RT Academy programs for our African colleagues. We did the first edition of online course last year. We're now having the second edition, and your colleagues and journalists are very welcome to participate as well. Plus, we also have the offline options of such workshops. So, content exchange, experience exchange, and supporting the African legacy. These are the three pillars upon which we stand as a TV channel broadcasting in Africa. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer your questions if you got any. Thank you.
That's at the end for our speaker. You can just raise your hand and then I come to you and you the mic if there are any questions. As he touched on a very important aspect of content creation and human stories that we need to tell that are relevant to our people and which is important. So if there are any questions from the floor for our speaker before you can leave the podium. Any questions you can ask in terms of content creation, the use of AI. But let me start and open the floor for now and ask at the dangers. How do we tell that the content that has been created by AI is the right content that we need to give our people, and how do we conserve and preserve the human value to the story without misinformation and disinformation?
Well, first of all, I think we're going to have panel sessions where we're going to deep dive into it, but a quick answer is you cannot remove the human factor from the content, right? From the content creation. And that's why, as you can see, all of the programs that we do them without any AI use. The AI is mostly used for the promos, or maybe for when you need the subtitles, you need to translate into other languages. We do that also with our Lumumba's Africa program, which we translate into Kiswahili. So, of course, we got people who oversee the whole process, the people who speak Swahili, actually, but AI can also help in that. But when it comes to human stories and the content in general, it's obvious that it should be the real people creating the content for the real people. That's the only way.
Thank you very much for that. And we've got a question on the far right, that is to the left, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Interesting to see it being used in real life. I think I have a question just about how you're practically implementing it. My assumption is that you have a production team in-house that has been specifically trained in prompt engineering and creating these pieces of content. Have those people replaced whatever teams you would have used prior to that in making these promos? Have they been upskilled? And what is the general feeling among the content producers who are supposed to be creating these promos? Are they happy to accept this as a new role, or do they feel like it's a threat to existing skills within the studios there?
Yes, thank you for your question. So this is the same team that was doing promos all the time, right? So the creative production department that is in charge of all these promos and content creation that goes beyond the general news and TV programs. And they're just now using the new tools. They're using the new tools, and as creative people, they're very playful about it. They like it because this opens up, a broader, way of doing things, new opportunities. So this is the same team that has just, picked up some of the new knowledge along the way.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That is Mr. Nikita Volkov, the Deputy Head of International Cooperation and Distribution.
Yeah, Valentine, ukhulumile njalo ngokuqhakatheka kwe-AI. Wakhuluma ngokuthi kulungiswe inhlelo lamafilimu ahambelana lezizalwane zeZimbabwe. Yikho eZimbabwe lapha sikhuluma nge-living no one no place behind. Sikhuluma njalo ngokuthi ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi. That's the same spirit that actually was presented by the speaker who just left the stage more.
And of course, once again, I think he deserves another round of applause. I did promise that I will be pressing. I will ensure that everyone in the room brings their energy, because I'm always about the energy. When we're talking about pushing the landscape of broadcasting, of media, it also requires us to be a united force. And for us to be a united force, we need to bring the energy. We need to raise our voices. We need to push. And so as the policymakers who are in this room, the innovators who are in this room, we need to make sure that we bring the energy. I'm going to be forcing your hand. I'm going to make sure that you speak. And with my co-hosts, we'll also be probing you with some questions. And this is an opportunity for you to ask questions.
Welcome back. We are still here at the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa. At this time, I am joined by our esteemed Chief Executive Officer of Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporations, Mr. Sugar Chagonda, and he is going to be giving us a quick run-through of what SABA is. Mr. Chagonda, welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. It's good to be here.
Yes.
Yes, we are very much happy to be here at the SABA convention. Why? Because this is where the great minds are converging in terms of the broadcasting media landscape. So we've got delegates from various countries who are here in Victoria Falls, where we are discussing various issues affecting the broadcasting media landscape. So there are issues that will be discussed because we also have content creators, policymakers, and public broadcasters. So right now we are happy that it has been officially opened, and already as I speak, we've got some sessions that are already underway where they are discussing how artificial intelligence is affecting the broadcasting media landscape. So yes, we are very happy because at the end of the day, everything that we are discussing here, we need to find opportunities which are there in terms of the broadcasting industry, as well as how we can navigate around various challenges bedeviling the sector. So yes, we are very much excited because everyone here is eager to discuss, to find ways of how we can improve the broadcasting sector. Yes.
And in your address, I would just like to acknowledge, you mentioned that the first wonder of Zimbabwe is the people. Just like to thank you on behalf of the Zimbabweans for acknowledging that. And also, that was also acknowledged by Mr. Stanley Similo, that we have 100 points for how welcome we've been so far as host in Victoria Falls. So very well done to you.
Yes, yes, because remember, this is a convergence of media practitioners. So when they are here, we are also taking this opportunity to make sure that we also showcase Zimbabwe as a tourist destination. So yes, I was just saying to them, over and above the majestic Victoria Falls, which is here, we also have other wonders around Zimbabwe, wonders that they also need to take time to go and see. So I was saying, wonder number one is our wonderful people and culture, of course. That is quite unique. So as they are here, they will be interfacing with Zimbabweans, they will be interfacing with people. By so doing, our people will be showing them love. So also wonder number two, I said, it's our rich history and heritage. There's no way you can discuss Zimbabwe without reflecting on our history. It is quite unique, and there are a lot of key takeaways from that. So yes, I'm just taking this opportunity to also advise them to fall in love with Zimbabwe, because we also expect repeat visits from them. Once this convention is over, when they go back to their respective countries, we want them to come back with their families, with their companies, so that they also enjoy the beauty of Zimbabwe.
And how is Zimbabwe going to benefit, or how is Zimbabwe benefiting from hosting SABA?
Well, obviously, benefit number one is that we have been given a grand opportunity to market Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe in its entirety, our people, various opportunities which are there beyond the broadcasting industry. We also have various investment opportunities. So we want these broadcasters to see for themselves, to experience Zimbabwe, so that when they write, they also write from an informed point of view. Also, the fact that they are converging here, we've got experts in the broadcasting industry. So whilst they are here, we are also tapping on their knowledge. We are also sharing experiences around broadcasting industry. So yes, it is also an opportunity for us to share with them our challenges, our prospects, our opportunities, so that together we can see how best we can encourage and share knowledge in terms of how we can navigate around challenges that are bedeviling the sector. So yes, we are very much happy, and we are looking forward to continue on this trajectory for the next 3 years. I mean, rather for the next 3 days as we are here. I'm already futuristic in terms of my approach. So I'm looking forward to how best ZBC will also be benefiting. One critical area that we have discussed, or that rather we continue to discuss, is the issue of content sharing, as well as sharing expertise in terms of be it exchange programs, in terms of manpower development, among other things. So yes, I think right now this conference, it is also coming at the right time when we are in the strategic planning mode. Very soon we'll be retreating for strategic planning, and some of the critical aspects that we are learning here, we'll definitely incorporate them as we plan our business.
Yes, thank you. Very, very insightful and very well articulated. And lastly, before we let you go off, what kind of strategic alliances are we looking to get from the end of this, maybe as a resolution from SABA Vic Falls?
Obviously, just yesterday I was talking with the president of SABA to see how best we can also create some strategic partnerships. This will be happening at SABA level and even at country per country approach. Like right now, we were talking yesterday with Namibia to see how best we can be integrating our systems to make sure that we also share content. This content is just one aspect, but of course there are a lot of other things that we need to be discussing beyond content, like technical expertise, how we need to make sure that we also influence each other in terms of embracing technology in our business.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chagonda, for your time and your very well articulated answers to our questions. And we will be proceeding from there as we move forward with our convention. Thank you so much, Mr. Chagonda.
Thank you so much.
All right, we've just spoken to the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation's Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Chagonda, who has given us some very insightful answers to questions regarding SABA, and we will be proceeding moving forward, speaking about AI and everything that is moving forward with the broadcast media as we go.
It's been a beautiful session, being the very first session of the conference here, and it has been fruitful. We did see, first of all, the welcoming remarks from the CEO, Mr. Sugar Chagonda, the opening remarks from the president of SABA, Mr. Stanley Similo, and we also had, we got something as well from the CEO of the Broadcast Media Africa, Benjamin, and we just had a very interesting presentation there on AI as the architect building the next era of content, commerce and connectivity in Africa media. I actually loved the way he introduced how we can use AI to our advantage in terms of improving our broadcasting, especially on the issue of remodeling old images and old videos.
Yes, and that is touching on especially heritage, because we have a lot of things in our archives that are still yet to be enhanced, that are there for us to know and follow our heritage, especially coming from an African context where we are very proud of our heritage and we like to document where, and we want to know where we come from. So once we are able to use AI as a powerful tool to take some of these things from the archive and re-enhance them so that we can share them with the younger generation, so that we do not lose our heritage and ensure we continue to tell the African story in a very proactive way.
Indeed, Mark, and I'm sure it's a point on one of the things that we did note in the morning, that we hope we can come up with ways that can help us sync together with the new technologies, not compete, but to be able to make sure we use them to advantage to grow the broadcasting industry in Africa. And I'm sure we're still looking forward to more presentations that will be fruitful and that will indeed tell the African story in a better way in this age.
Yes, and indeed we've been hearing, even in the opening remarks and so far the presentations that have come through, the main point, the main theme, the main thing that is being driven home is AI at the center of our content creation and our media. We've also heard issues to do with concerns around misinformation, because it's very easy to then misuse AI as a tool to do whatever you want, but that's when we then come through with our policies that need to regulate how we are going to use AI, especially in the media, especially as broadcasters, because we are the first line of information between us and the public. So we always need to ensure that our credibility stays on point.
Indeed, Mark, and we also had a presentation from the Deputy Minister of Broadcasting, Honorable Ompile Marupi. You spoke about how they felt as a ministry it was necessary for us to host such a conference. And already I'm seeing the fruits myself, and this is day one and this is the first session. And unfortunately, we are closing off the first session for now, and unfortunately again it's a goodbye to the ZBC TV viewers, but we will continue live streaming the proceedings of the conference. It's a 2-day conference, and the third day will mark the 31st annual General Assembly of the SABA, so it's going to be live streamed from here onwards. But for the ZBC TV viewers, it's been a lovely session, and we do hope you have a wonderful day, but please follow the proceedings to learn more on what we can do as a Southern African region in terms of improving and growing the broadcasting sector.
Yes, yes. And if we could also just maybe mention or take note in our opening remarks, we were given 100 points for our hospitality as Zimbabwe, as Victoria Falls, which then again it gives us more credit as to why Victoria Falls is destination #1 in the world according to Forbes magazine.
So, well, it's a goodbye to the ZBC TV viewers. We will be live streaming the proceedings, and don't forget that you can log into our different social media platforms, ZBC News Online on Facebook, ZBC News Online YouTube, and at ZBC News Online on, that's our X handle. For now, we are taking you to Ian Vambe, who is at our Pocket Sale Studios, and it's a goodbye from us for now, Mark.
Right, we'll see you soon.
Experience the majesty of Africa at the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025, proudly hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, ZBC, and the Southern Africa Broadcasting Association, SABA. Set against the breathtaking backdrop of Victoria Falls, one of the world's 7 natural wonders, this year's convention invites you to a place where the mighty Zambezi River plunges into a deep chasm, creating a spectacular curtain of water that captivates all who behold it. The locals call it Mosia Tunya, the smoke that thunders. This awe-inspiring setting provides the perfect stage for broadcasters from across Africa to gather, share insights, and explore the innovations shaping the future of media under the theme Content, Connectivity, Collaboration, Transforming Africa's Broadcast Media Landscape in the AI Era. Join us as ZBC welcomes you to Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe for the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025. Feel free, feel at home, you're home away from home. ZBC, proud host of the 2025 SABA Conference.
Current Affairs are your window into Zimbabwe, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Join us for unscripted live events, state functions, parliamentary debates, independence, heroes and defense forces celebrations, and many more. We are committed to telling the unbiased Zimbabwean story, giving you unfettered access to the latest news and developments shaping our nation. From the streets of Harare to the world stage, Current Affairs brings you the stories that matter most to Zimbabwe. Don't miss out on our in-depth coverage of local and international issues, expert analysis, and thought-provoking discussions. ZBC Current Affairs, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Stay informed, stay engaged, and stay ahead.
Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the
I think the location is also here, but we will confirm that. And tomorrow we'll go again, and then tomorrow evening, of course, we are looking forward to the official dinner hosted by ZBC and also the awards. That is going to be a black tie affair. So if you haven't, for the guys, if you haven't gotten your black tie yet, please go ahead and quickly go to the nearest market and get one. That is how you get into the awards tomorrow. You have to have a black tie. I'm talking about the guys. The ladies, they will always look splendid. But there's a way you have to make a guy look splendid. You have to put a tie on him, a black tie. So I don't know. A little story about myself. It's been almost 25 years since I put a tie on my neck. And my son said to me, what if the king is going to knight you? I said, if the king is going to knight me without a tie, I will wear my Babariga, the Nigerian attire that requires no tie. And then the man is going to think, am I going to sleep with this garb? Where is your tie? I will find something. Without much ado, we're going to have a fantastic couple of days. We're going to try and enjoy ourselves. Mr. Comfort, good to see you again. When I saw your name on the list, I'm like, hey, wait, now this man. Huh? Someone sends his regard, a high regard. We're not going to talk about that now. But it's good to see friends and also colleagues. I don't know why Mary is so serious. Mary, Luciba, BBC, why are you looking so serious? Good to see you. You are smiling now. It's excellent. We're going to go into our panel now. The panel is on the issue of AI, the bottom line, how to navigate the opportunities, the threats, and what new revenue models does AI present us. Joining me for this panel, ladies and gentlemen, will be Ms. Tabitha Mutemi. Ms. Tabitha Mutemi is the chairperson of the Association of Professional Broadcasters of Kenya. Is Tabitha in the room? I haven't actually met her. Oh, yes. Can we please raise the roof for Ms. Tabitha Mutemi? I'm going to give an announcement afterwards that involves, please take a seat, ma'am, take a seat, that involves what we are going to be doing with the folks from Kenya later on, after I've gotten the permission to do that from her, but you are welcome, my lady. Joining her is Rufaro Zaranika, the CEO of Transmedia Corporation in Zimbabwe. Can we please give a round of applause to my Oga as well? And I want to bring in my good lady, Miss Deshni Naido. She is the Regional Director for Africa for TVU Networks. Hey, hey. Good to see you, my love. Excellent. I have online Malam Jibril Babandache is on his way. Well, I think he's joining us while he's in transit. Is he online still? Okay, when he comes online, we'll bring him in. I'm sure he will be here physically anytime soon, maybe by end of play today or tomorrow, but he's on his way. Joining these two folks, these lovely folks here, let me bring back Nikita, because I think there are some outstanding questions for you with regards to how you guys are deploying AI. Please join us on the panel. Can we please appreciate Nikita once again? And last but not least, to join them to tell us how SABA is doing with regards to AI, especially from the point of view of NBC, of the broadcasters that are members of the SABA family, and of general view of how this thing works himself. Let's also appreciate the president of SABA, DG Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, my good friend, my brother, my namesake, Benjamin Similo. Please, can we give him a welcome? Right. I'm going to see, do we have mics for everyone? Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, do we have mics? Mics for everyone. There's a mic here. I need some more mics for my colleagues here. All right, right, okay, excellent, thank you. All right, let's kickstart this panel, as I always do. We're going to try and make it as interactive as possible. The AI concept is no longer a concept. It's a reality. And the theme of the panel is, what are the threats that we as broadcasters face? What are the opportunities that we should be looking out for? And more importantly, what are the new revenue models that we will look at? I think, Mr. President, the folks already know you, so I will skip you. So what I will do is, I'll start with Deshni. Please reintroduce yourself. I just mentioned your name and your company's name, but you might want to tell us a little bit more about yourself. And then we'll go up until Mr. Rufaro. I think Nikita also, people already met you. So let's start with Ms. Deshni, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pius, for the opportunity. My name is Deshni Naidu, and I'm the Regional Director for Africa at TVU Networks. And what TVU does is we provide IP and cloud solutions for broadcasting, and I'm really privileged to be here today. So I have the honor of presenting, so we'll get to talk more about TVU. But I think this topic of AI is something that is lingering in the room, and definitely I'm excited to explore that.
Fantastic. You're welcome. We will hear from you more on what you think about the topic and how we can make progress with it. Next, can I go to my lady from Kenya, Tabitha.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here. It's my first time to be here, and also for this forum. And I'm just here to share, because I know we all know a lot about AI. So I'm just here to share my experience and how AI has transformed broadcasting in Kenya. Since I started my career at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in the early 90s as a young broadcaster when I was about hardly 20 years old. And I have seen AI reshape how we tell stories, making a newsroom smarter, audiences more engaged, and also content more personalized. So AI is giving Africa broadcasters a louder, data-driven voice, creating space for more inclusive storytelling across beautiful continent. And I just want to say, I've had, Zimbabwe and Ethiopia talk of how good they are in coffee. So I'm coming from the land of rich, aromatic, and unrivaled tea, and also the world of marathon, the world of marathon champions. Thank you very much.
No, it's fine. When you said that Ethiopia and Zimbabwe are already fighting the battle of coffee, I thought you wanted to join the fray. And I was like, no, don't do that. No, Zimbabwe is the winner here. And then when you said tea, I said, that's fantastic. Actually, I agree with you. Your prowess in making tea is world renowned. Tabitha, you are welcome. Rufaro, please.
Thank you. My name is Rufaro Zaranyika, an engineer by profession. I'm from Transmedia Corporation here in Zimbabwe. Transmedia Corporation is the signal carrier for all broadcasters in Zimbabwe, for both private and public broadcaster. They ride on our platform. I am excited to join you all as we discuss this interesting topic on AI, which I believe is a revolution which is taking place. We've passed through other previous revolution. In our age, the digital revolution, the coming in of internet, social media, and now we have got this AI revolution. I believe we can adapt and adopt and move on. I don't think there's any reason for us to be afraid.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand the Director General of the Voice of Nigeria is online. Yeah, I can see him. Malam, can you hear me, Malam Ndachi? Can you hear me okay? Right, I see you are nodding your head, but we cannot hear you. So possibly you are muted, or maybe we'll allow you to fix that with the technical people, and then I'll come back to you again. All right, let's jump right into it because time is of the essence. I will start with you, Nikita, because you say a few things. You said a few things on the issue of how you actually work with AI as broadcasters. Question is, what opportunities specifically can you point to that the broadcasters in the room can say that AI brings them? Because we all talk about AI, how we are going to implement it, how we are going to be using it, but what are the opportunities that we as broadcasters should look forward to within the AI space? You start.
Hi, yes. Thank you, Benjamin, for the question. So I think that the main thing that AI does is that it gives more results with the use of less people. So technically that's the issue, that's the financial issue, right? So you don't have to pay that much money to that many people. But at the same time, I feel like this might also be a problem because, well, the people who actually use AI, those who are the AI professionals, they're actually very qualified, highly qualified, and very well-paid people. So maybe that is not an opportunity of itself. But the fact that you can create more content and it can be diverse, more diverse, because sometimes you don't have time or money to go to one place or another to shoot something there. But with the AI, it can be possible. Or also you can spend less time as a producer in the newsroom trying to find information on this or that particular topic, because ChatGPT does that for you. With that comes the responsibility, though, because it's yes, it's almost impossible these days to...
I think your mic has battery problem, so maybe swap it.
Yes, thank you. Because it is very difficult right now to tell these things apart, the real life and the AI life. And I think the best way to go about it is to have the background information in your head that will allow you to understand if, for instance, Trump could have said that or not, right? Because when you see something online and you look that is real, but you gotta have the historical and just cultural and overall general background that will allow you to understand that this could have been, this could have happened, right? So I think the financial, so the financial part, right, the diversity of content are the two main opportunities for the broadcaster that they can take away from
financial and diversity of content.
Yes.
Okay, the content, I understand. The financials, I will come back to you to unpack for me later on. Okay. Right. Let me come to the president. Mr. President, the way this AI thing is going, right? And I think Nikita mentioned it, there is this fear that AI will replace us, to use that phrase. What is the thinking of you as the head of a broadcasting organization, as the head of a regional broadcasting body? How are your members, how are your team in NBC thinking about, or how are you thinking about AI and how we deploy it, and is it actually standing the chance of making people redundant and losing their jobs if we are going to deploy it properly?
Well, that's the fear, and I guess it's normal. That's what human beings will feel. The moment you bring in technology that would seek and seem to be changing the way we do things, the immediate thing that comes to mind would be what will happen to the human element. Now, to try and contextualize that from a SABA perspective, what we started doing is to train, particularly in our newsrooms, our journalists to understand how they can take advantage of what AI can offer. Now, if I use the NBC's example, cutting across from our newsroom, sports, and all other genres of content creation, we've taken a decision that part of what we will do, we will not go beyond 50% of the usage thereof. The rest at this stage needs to be managed by the human interface itself to make sure that whatever output we're bringing must work in such a way that it still will need to appeal. Now, having said that, there's opportunities that we can get as a collective. First of all, we need to upgrade some elements of our broadcast value chain in terms of what we do, because already, as I'm seated here, one of the things that we are now busy with at the NBC is to digitize our archive material, to the extent that once that is done, we should be able to get to a point where we can have the usage thereof done in such a way, either from a video on demand type of viewership or subscription based, but where we need to understand what is Benjamin as a viewer, a listener, what is his preference, so that the system itself can actually cater for you in terms of the needs that you would want. So that will naturally seek for a different type of leadership that you would need in the organization. If the thinking would be archaic in terms of this is broadcasting, this is what we've been doing for the past 100 years, and that's how we're going to do it, then AI might appear to be a stumbling block in terms of where we are. And I'll give you another short example as well. When we just look at the ads, the way they will be running, we will get to a point where the aspect of actually also placing and choosing adverts must be based on analytics that will seek to say, Stanley or this family as a viewing block, this is what they prefer. And AI will be the only entity that can instantaneously
do that for you.
Just do that for you. So these are the things that we will be discussing with the members to see that how ready are we technologically in order to implement this, but at the same time allay fears that people will lose their jobs. All we will need to do is to repurpose the jobs and the people in terms of where they would sit within the value chain of broadcasting.
So the work is already in progress.
Yes, particularly from the training
aspect.
Yes.
And that's where it starts from. The skills have to be developed.
Yes, and for NBC, and maybe for the benefit of the convention, we were also part of bringing in DDT. But we have discovered that DDT is an expensive exercise. As we speak now, our country, we have 74.5% of DDT coverage. Even if we say, let's expand it, it will still give us just about 92.4, 92.5% of coverage, because DDT intrinsically remain tower-based. We are transitioning now to DTH, which is satellite, and that process has started now. Towards the end of April, May, we should have a footprint that will cover us 100% from a satellite perspective. And this is where now we will then be able to integrate from head end to normal customer services, have an element of EI that should help us to understand what are the viewing and listening patterns of our people, so that in terms of what we want to give them, that it does not give everybody the same thing. Because we know for now, if we look at platforms like your Netflix and your YouTubes, the patterns of people have changed. So we need to adapt slowly to get to that without forsaking our public service mandate.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I have quite a few to go with. So I want to go straight to Deshni. Deshni, can you contextualize, both from the point of view of TVU and also as an expert in the industry yourself, this AI juggernaut, I call it juggernaut because it is coming with full force at us. What are you guys seeing in the marketplace that Africa broadcasters needs to be aware of on a general note? And on a specific note, how does it enhance the capability of African organizations, broadcast organizations, to make revenues that are not there before?
Okay, so firstly, I want to say, I think the narrative needs to shift. Okay. For me, AI is not replacing storytellers, number one. It's replacing repetition. So what AI really does is it removes the technical and the logistical barriers that keep African creativity trapped. So a journalist in Lusaka shouldn't have to wait for an Obi-Wan or a satellite uplink to tell their story. We seeing AI tools such as TVU Producer and TVU Anywhere allow that same journalist to create, produce, and distribute their content from a mobile phone instantly and in broadcast quality using AI technology. Okay, so that's the empowerment we want to see. It means that we move from who can afford to tell the story to who has a story worth telling.
Okay.
Okay, so AI really then becomes a great equalizer, not a great replacer.
Excellent. No, that is fantastic, and I will also come back to you, and I'm sure you will say more during your presentation, especially on how the content creation bit is being greatly enhanced, massively enhanced by AI. I'm interested to see how, with just a mobile phone, I can create broadcast quality content that can then be distributed within our networks. Tabitha, my lady, what is it that you also sit on top of an association of professional broadcasters in Kenya? What is your experience in Kenya right now when it comes to taking advantage of the opportunities that AI is bringing us as media professionals?
Thank you very much. Let me say that the Association of Professional Broadcasters is home for majority veteran broadcasters, current broadcasters, and also upcoming broadcasters. And where we are coming from, remember those days you have to sit behind a television to watch news and to watch your favorite program. So today, I must say there is what we call bewildering and sometimes confusing explosion of new technology, which we have to adapt. We have no reason not to as broadcasters. And the penetration of mobile technology in Africa has changed the distribution of broadcasting programs and news. Today, nobody will sit and watch a 15 minutes program on their phone. So we have also to revolutionize the way we produce programs and the way we produce our news, and know that today there is what we call on-the-go content access. So audiences are able to access news and their favorite shows anytime, anywhere, through smartphones and tablets. So this breaks the limits of legacy media, where we used to have TV and television. And today, anyone can send news or anything. They can cover live events if something has happened across the country. So broadcasters, we need to up our game, because by the time you send a story, somebody else has already sent that story. So we need to see what strategies can we put in place to ensure that we are at par with technology and penetrating distribution platforms. And also media regulation. I've been a board member with the Media Council, and I'm sure we have regulatory bodies across Africa. And I always say when we meet as Africa, we meet as brothers and sisters. And we have what we call the 3 H's in common: history, hope, and humanity. So we are here to empower each other and to share best practices. We have today live streaming. We use the social media platforms as well to stream our content instantly. So today we have to come up with relatable, short, relatable content, and AI has helped us to understand our audiences in real time. Those days we used to have surveys and research that would take so long for you to understand an audience, but today with AI you are able to understand the preferences, the interests of different audiences, and you are able to come up with programs and news that is relatable. So for me, mobile phones can record, we can edit, we can broadcast high quality video, reducing the need for very expensive studio equipment.
Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and
In the past years, in the past discussions, you have also been very strong in discussing issues of misinformation, disinformation. Now we have AI that's coming in, presenting a whole cocktail of problems. Do you think it's going to be a conversation that we as Africa can actually lead on when it comes to demystifying issues and the use of AI?
100%. And I think for me, this is where proper journalism goes into this platform. You know, we need to find out fact checking before we put things online to make sure that the things that we put on our platforms are verified first. We can't just put anything on our platforms. We need to verify to make sure those things are authenticated, because videos fly across the country of just, you know, anything and everything that is happening. So we need to authenticate that. And as Africa, I think we can be in a global footprint, you know, to make sure that we share our voices and our stories are being heard, and not from third parties as it has been going on for a number of years.
Now, there was one particular presentation that kicked off in a beautiful way.
Yes.
Coming from Russia today. They were
Mm.
talking about how they are using AI in the newsroom for creative content creation.
100%.
And how can we as Africa use AI in a creative way to rewrite and redefine our industry, our history?
Oh wow, that is that is a mouthful, but yeah, we certainly have to do that as Africa. You know, I think it's more of an investment from our side. We need to invest in these tools. When we saw the presentation, that whole studio is now moving strictly into AI, and you know the human factor is being limited in person, but it's a matter of investing in such things. So that's where our government needs to come in as well, and how to invest in these things. The private sector needs to jump in as well, you know, with the knocking on those proper doors, so that we can get the proper investment, so that we can have the infrastructure to do all of these things.
Now, if we are talking in terms of investment, I love talking money. Where would you put your money in terms of development of the key gaps that you have identified in the past few years?
Yeah.
Where would you first put your money and say this is the critical area that needs development?
I think that would be the production. For me, I would put my money in production because if we do not have quality production, we cannot compete in the global stage. You know, we are always being compared to these big platforms that have big budgets. You know, so my money would certainly go into production.
Thank you so much for joining me for this particular one. We'll continue to catch up with you. But before you go,
Yes.
maybe just tell us what are some of the interesting bits that we can look forward to for this Summer 2025?
Yeah, so as I'm sure you can pick up that I'm very passionate about content. So I'm all about content creation and how do we put African stories out there. So that is my number one priority. We do have a panel that will be looking into that, to discussing that in more detail as well. And also for the advertising, how do we get advertisers to buy into our content? You know, how do we get advertisers to buy into your content? How do we position ourselves in a manner that attracts all of that? So those are some things that we can certainly look forward to.
Thank you so much for joining me. I'm looking forward to engaging more with you and some of the speakers who are going to be on the panel. But for those of you who want to continue to follow the conversations,
Yeah.
we are broadcasting and live streaming all these conversations on ZBC TV as well as our social media platforms. That's ZBC News Online on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, as well as TikTok.
Thank you. Alrighty.
Girl.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was beautiful, energetic, lively.
By the time I see
Don't worry, we'll find a battery, a backup.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah, I'll give you that list.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Black magic. Let's go on black magic. You can pick up. Yeah, for control. So we don't need to do black magic.
Way. That's a difference.
Fantastic. I like the idea of regional AI innovation hub. That is something. And do we have an extra mic for the audience? Because I am not one to not to bring the audience into my conversation. And I've been talking almost in the past 40 minutes, and there is no audience participation. So I would like to, as Mo said, point to some people and get their ideas on what we are doing. Can you go to Joe from Europe Networks? And I want you to, because you're doing a lot of work, tell us a little bit more about yourself. You've been doing a lot of work in this area. I will take 3 people, then we'll come back to the audience and we will wrap up. Please, a little bit about yourself and how you weigh in on the subject that we are currently talking in, so Mr. Joe.
Yes. All right, good. My name is Joe France. I am a special advisor for the European Broadcasting Union and the Broadcasting Networks of Europe. Now, I think I've been in this business for quite a while, and I think the idea of innovation hubs is a brilliant idea. I know that there are some people working on this particular idea in Ghana, for example, where the Kufuor Foundation and the APMI, African Public Media Initiative, are discussing this. But I think it needs to be at various places. There's room for it to be in Kenya, South Africa, Ghana, and elsewhere. I think that's what it should be. I'll be speaking later on, but I think that the AI is not going to define.
All right, I think that microphone is epileptic, so maybe we can give one of these, because I want you to also go to, I want to go to my lady from the university in South Africa. They are doing a great deal of work. She knows, now I can see she's starting to smile. Zainab, please, you know I was going to put you on the spot. Can you just tell us how you see this AI thing, because you guys are doing some work in that area already. What's your take with how Africa can not adopt AI but really ramp it up like we did with mobile phones? But don't let me speak for you. Take it away, ma'am.
I was hoping you were going to spare me this, but I should have known.
Can we please put the mic up for the lady so we can hear her?
I think One, two. Okay, my voice is not that loud. Can everybody hear me? I'm asking
Just
like
about.
I'm going to say something meaningful. So I think the use of AI in education, if you're speaking higher education, basic level education, a lot has been done, but I think the biggest barrier is the human aspect. So AI will not replace, a teacher, lecturer, or anybody in the broadcasting space, because as we all know, even if you're asking AI to do something as very generic kind of things, so we will always need people to be there to guide. So I think it will increase productivity, because we've seen that in maybe creating things and videos that there might not be the skills or the time for, so it does help with productivity, but it needs to be used properly, obviously. So I think if we see it rather as I don't want to say partner, is probably a better word for it, we can do more. But at the moment, because we're so resistant, or we try and use AI to do our jobs for us, that's why we might be failing a little bit.
Excellent, thank you. Do I have anyone that wants to say something about their experience with artificial intelligence, focusing a little bit more on the opportunities, on the new revenues? I see a hand here with Mr. Comfort from Zim Papers.
Thank you. Mine isn't really about the opportunities, but I just wanted us to explore a bit more the fears that AI will take over from the human element of what is happening. I don't know how many of you remember the 2004 film with Will Smith, which talked about how in 2035 robots would have taken over the world. At that time we thought it was pretty improbable, but 2035 is 10 years from now. I'll give another example. I have a relative who was a high flyer in the financial sector. And one day he got to his office and he was told that his job had been replaced because AI could do it at a much cheaper and a much faster rate. A third example, I have a 14-year-old son, and the other day we were driving to school, and he asked me whether I liked the song I was listening to, and I said, yes, I really like that song. Guy can sing. He says it's AI generated. So the fear that AI will replace humans isn't unfounded. I mean, I've been hearing us, patting ourselves on the back and reassuring ourselves that it isn't going to happen, but pointers, things are just pointing that this is where we're
Recording in progress.
Yeah.
So you see now, the AI thing doesn't. Right. So, no, just before you leave the mic, Comfort, just before you leave the mic, you think that the question of AI replacing humans is not unfounded. Yes, we all know that. But what are those things we can think of to make sure that AI doesn't replace humans or work alongside women, especially as broadcasters, because that is why we are here? There are things that organizations can start to put in place. I know training has been mentioned. What else is it that is there that we can do? Because AI is coming whether we like it or not. For it not to replace us, what do we need to do?
I think we have to foster environments of creativity for the human element of our businesses and our operations. The training comes into play as well, but creativity cannot be replicated. And we're original in that sense as humans. But I just want to highlight the,
Yeah, these issues that we face. Fantastic. If we are creative, well, I don't know, if AI is doing the music that you're listening to in your car, there will be a room for humans to be able to curate that. Mr. Tapiwa, I would like you to give the microphone to Mr. Tapiwa, please. And that will be it from my audience. And then I'll come to my panel for their summation and takeaways. Mr. Tapiwa, please.
Okay, thank you. My take is that there are some roles that are surely going to be taken over by AI. And obviously, we have some of the roles that require a human touch. Those are the roles that will be preserved. But if we are to be honest with ourselves, you will find that AI makes use of training data to make decisions.
Yes.
And the more the training data is fed into the system, the more intelligent the system becomes. So you find that most of the roles that are of a repetitive nature will surely be taken over. Yeah. Because the AI will be having sufficient information to make decisions on those repetitive jobs. Yeah. But those jobs which require a set of skills which cannot easily be adopted through training information, those are the jobs that will probably remain. That's my submission. Thank you.
And I'll hold on to the microphone with you for a second because I'd like to have a chat with Mr. Tapiwa. What is the state of play within ZBC when it comes to the adoption of AI? Because I know you are in the frame as well. I mean, I'm sure you will speak through the CEO, but whilst you have the mic, how are you guys as an organization positioning yourself to make sure that the use of AI, artificial intelligence in all your processes is enhanced?
Okay, so we have already started adopting AI in our workflows. So you will find that when it comes to content generation, there are some aspects of content generation that require research of some kind. So that's where we start to make use of AI in terms of the ability to get as much information as possible faster. Then when it comes to issues of making use of AI in terms of producing videos, audio, and so on, we are still at an infant stage because we are yet to fully embrace that part. Then when it comes to analytics of our content on digital platforms, we leverage much on AI in terms of getting an understanding of our audience requirements. So AI helps us in terms of assessing the our performance of the performance of our content. In short, That's what I can say.
Okay, thank you very much. It seems like you are doing some great work with, and you can only progress further in the use of AI. As all of us broadcasters, we will, because again, as I said, and we agreed that AI, artificial intelligence, is nothing new anymore. We just need to find a way to make sure that we use it for the betterment of what we do in our organizations. I'll come back to my panelists. I'll start with you, Nikita. I need you to give me your final takeaway based on what we've been talking about, but quickly also address the issue, 1 or 2 points on how we as broadcasters should be able to commercialize the use of AI, and then your takeaway, please. I will allot 45 seconds to 60 seconds for us all to go through, and then we can conclude.
Okay, so as for the commercializing, well, it's pretty obvious that the less effort you put into creating content, I mean, less effort even financially, right? Less money you put into creating content and then selling the content, then more money you can get after you sell it, right? So I think AI, when it's properly trained, can create the content that you can sell and obviously get money off of it. But you gotta make investments before, right? Because you gotta train the staff, you gotta have the equipment, you gotta have the processors and everything to be able to properly use AI. So I think that's the best way to commercialize the content. And now as for the takeaway, right?
Yes.
So honestly, it's pretty much obvious that AI is developing rapidly, right? And but as of now, you can still see when it's an AI-generated piece of content. Let's be honest. And not only you can see that, but you can feel that. Because as we were sitting here, I was trying to recall one piece of AI-generated content that made me feel, that made me cry, or that made me feel something deep in my heart, and I couldn't recall one. Right? And I think that's why human impact should be, as regards to the content, should be pivotal and should never go away. Because as a broadcaster, your main goal is to sometimes to inform, but also a lot of times to touch people's hearts.
Yes.
And that can only be done if you are a human yourself and you as a human understand other humans' hearts.
Fantastic, thank you. Mr. Rufaro.
Okay, thank you. I think I would go on the opportunity in my closing remarks. I think apart from the global reach, which using the previous technology was very difficult, let me close by saying it will allow us to get into certain spaces where the barriers have been lowered. We can actually do certain things using not much money, and we can leapfrog technologies and move forward. So yeah, I think it's an opportunity for us, especially as Africans, to leapfrog technologies and increase our reach.
Excellent, fantastic. Tabitha?
Thank you. I think I am a broadcaster. My experience is corporate. I've been head of communication at the Electoral Management Body for the last 14 years. I've realized that corporates today can generate their own infomercials or simple adverts or animations with AI. They can also place them on their social media platforms. So as broadcasters, we need to look at smarter data-driven revenue stream models. We re-engineer ourselves, because that is a space that can be done very easily today by the corporate, by the corporates. Yeah, the other thing is that the future is for the multi-skilled, because today journalists who understand data, we have a lot of broadcasters who understand data, and technologists also who understand storytelling. So for me, in conclusion, I would say that championing local solutions and responsible governance in Africa, for AI to serve us effectively, the focus must be on developing locally related technologies, because not all technologies work for us. So we need to develop locally related technologies, and also provide ethical training for journalists and broadcasters, and establish also a robust policy and regulatory frameworks that balance innovation with accountability, because we still have to take responsibility as broadcasters. So I will wind up by saying, let's go mad with technology. Let's make a difference in our industry. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. My lady.
I just want you guys to think about something. She spoke about revenue opportunities. Just picture this, right? Imagine a broadcaster who is creating 10 different versions of the same sports highlights. We've just won the World Cup, right? So they're creating the highlights, each edited automatically by AI for different languages, for different platforms, different sponsorship. That's 10 monetizable opportunities. I'll leave you with that. So my closing thought is, AI is not a foreign concept landing on the African soil. It's a mirror reflecting what we already have here. So our challenge is not to humanize AI, it's to Africanize it.
Don't humanize AI, Africanize it. Fantastic. My president, you go last, sir, but not least.
Yeah, no, I think for us is to get AI to speak to African languages. That's the first one, because that is an element that is currently lacking quite at a high level. That's one. Secondly, as public broadcasters, we are of late now challenged with choice that the viewer and the listener has. The traditional way of broadcasting is slowly falling by the wayside. We will get to a point where we need to think away from the traditional linear way of broadcasting and get into a space. If, for instance, I'll give an example, if someone likes any of the channels that are on ZBC, they do not need to wait until it's that time that is advertised. They should have the ability to say, I know that this program ran there, where can I get it? At my own time, at my own pace. That is that future that public broadcasters must recognize. Otherwise, we will remain archaic. Because it doesn't matter what we do. As public broadcasters, we will be compared against the multi-choices, the DSTVs that are here, the Netflixes, the YouTubes, from a content-consuming perspective. And that's what we, as I was saying, with our transition at the NBC, that's what we will be looking at. Your traditional way of waiting that your main bulletin is there can no longer be the issue that will drive you. We will have to move in such a way that we give the listener, the viewer, the onliner the choice to decide when they want to watch whatever you may have on your platforms as they stand. So we will need to move away, understand AI, but apply it in such a way that it can assist in monetizing. Hence, earlier on, I spoke about the adaptive way of placing ads. Because, for instance, an example, if in my household, my system can tell what our viewing patterns are and what we like, it's on the basis of that the same system should then be able to tell me what type of adverts that I would like to see. And AI can help you, whether it's 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 100,000 people viewing. AI has the ability to be able to make that distinction and help you real time to be able to get to there. Thank you.
Fantastic. And there you are, ladies and gentlemen, it's well said. Can we please give our panelists a massive round of applause? And dare I say that you guys have contributed to helping us understand where we go from here with AI. With the issue of let's Africanize AI, the skills issues, the fact that, Tabitha, what you spoke about is when as broadcasters we get our revenues from advertising or from publishing what people are paying us to publish, if these people can do the same thing themselves and put it on platform by themselves, where are we? We need to step up our game. That's what Tabitha said. My gentleman, Mr. Rufaro, has given us a context of what's happening in Zimbabwe and how, where the gaps are and what people need to do more in terms of literacy, AI literacy. There was a time we were all talking about digital literacy. Now we are talking about AI literacy. So these are all food for thought, and I do not discount my gentleman from ROT, Nikita. He's made a fantastic presentation. We've seen what they are doing in Russia with ROT and how content is being produced with AI. And you're absolutely 100% correct, Nikita. Raise your hands if you've seen something that's been generated by AI and actually moved you. 3 people out of 150. I mean, fine, AI can give you one thing or the other, but generally you need a human to create content, and we are all here because of that. So let's press forward, ladies and gentlemen, because AI will be a tool for good for all of us, and with AI we'll be able to do our job even better. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Another round of applause for our panelists. We'll just take a group photograph and then we'll move forward. Yeah, thank you.
I think they deserve another round of applause. And I will take a cue from one of the panelists when they said AI is an equalizer, not a replacer. And I think that is absolutely correct. We always fear the unknown. It's natural. It's only natural that we fear the unknown. Look at it this way, from analog to digitization. This is the same journey that we're going through, where we need to swim along and survive with AI. Could we also kindly have our Deputy Minister to join the panelists? Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Rupi. I do believe our ZBC CEO, Mr. Chagonda, you also need to be part of this photo op. Let me call it a Kodak moment. I know we no longer really talk about Kodak, yes, but we can't do away with the traditional photography either. Wonderful smiles, yes. Cheese, Zimbabwe, Victoria Falls, Zimbo. Can we do a Zimbo? Zimbo? Zimbo. Yes, that's more like it. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure, and indeed, that panel session, I hope we were able to tap into that conversation. How many of you were taking notes? I believe in taking notes. Yes? That's beautiful, because when you're taking notes, you're going to take those notes back to your points, and you are also going to input that into your systems and your strategies. The same way we're talking about AI, we need the human factor to input into our AI strategies. That's how we'll get it correct. But at this point in time, we will allow you to break so that you stretch your legs. You also get another opportunity to connect, to also learn a language or two. Over 20 countries here at the Broadcast Convention 2025. And yes, share your strategies, share what is happening in your countries in terms of policies, but I'll allow the ushers also to help our top table. There should be certain points. Do we have protocol to help with our honorable delegates to help take them to the rooms where they are supposed to have teas? I think. Yes? Protocol? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, refreshments, tea, 20 minutes, and we will come back for another powerful presentation and a powerful panel session. Thank you very much.
Experience the majesty of Africa at the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025, proudly hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, ZBC, and the Southern Africa Broadcasting Association, SABA. Set against the breathtaking backdrop of Victoria Falls,
Okay, I've been in the media space for quite some time now. I've been in the media space for 16 years. Yeah, from production, from being in front of the camera, from doing sports, producing live content, and onto the regional content making as well.
In the 16 years that you've been in the media industry, you've gone through different phases.
Yes.
So we talk about the advent, a movement from analog to digital,
Mhm.
and now we're talking AI.
Yeah.
What are some of the gaps that you've noted in broadcasting and the developments that are taking shape?
Okay, some of the gaps that are there in broadcasting. Okay, when we're talking about broadcasting, I'll speak on the national broadcaster space because SABA it's here for the national broadcaster space. The gaps that are there or challenges that are there, it's funding. Funding comes with you need a lot of skills that you can hire to do a lot of things. So now that AI is here, take for instance, if you were to do a script, you have a script, you take it into pre-production and storyboarding. AI can do that for you now. So it also cuts down on time and redirect resources to where it's needed because it's not every day that you get people who are skilled in almost everything that you need in the media space. So I'll say AI is doing a lot and it's coming not just to replace, it's not replacing, but it's enhancing our work. I'll take you for one instance, I think 2 months back, my team were just recording a PSA, high profile person. It's a person that you record and you wouldn't want to go back again and say, my audio had problems, can I record you again? So we're in that dilemma. And then one of the team members was like, we can integrate it into AI. Let's check if AI cannot correct this voice. We reconstructed his whole voice, whole what he was saying. It was AI broadcasted. Nobody saw. I told my bosses 2 months later, oh, by the way, that was AI generated. But it served me a lot. It served your reputation to just like go back and be like your team is not competent or what. But we know what we use. Equipment can malfunction sometimes. So yeah.
I love when you say sometimes in broadcasting, equipment can malfunction.
Yeah.
And taking us to the next part of the discussion, in the 16 years, within the regional bloc,
Yeah.
what work have you put in? Because you sound so excited, and this is like what you know.
Yeah.
What are you doing within the region itself?
Okay, 16 years is a long time. Within the region, I'm working on Saba. There's a content committee, and I'm leading the content committee. We are putting together content from the 15 member states to create a TV channel, which is a SADC channel. So it's one of the gaps that we want to bridge to say we don't want our African brothers to be consuming outside content. It's a first steps in telling our own stories and sharing our stories. What will happen or think of having all African stories under one channel? You get to choose which story you want to watch from Eswatini, from Botswana, from wherever. So that is what basis of SADC TV is all about. So while we're doing that on the SADC TV channel, we've collected, I think, content worth 3,000 hours, which could be a 6 months broadcast if we were to go up and uplink now, of which is what the technical team is working on and the implementing committee to check what would it take to uplink this channel and let it be free accessible to all the SADC member states countries. We also did a production which was a co-production. What we want to instill or to show people that co-production it's a way to go as member states. We're all saying we don't have money, we don't have resources, we don't have skills. But what if we were to come together and do a production together? So our first pilot project was it's a reality TV show called Cultural Switch. So it was shot in 2 weeks between Namibia and Zambia. So we'll get a person from Namibia, go and explore and stay with a family in Zambia, and a celebrity from Zambia to go and stay and experience a life in a household of a usually Namibian person. So I think that is the first show that we have that integrates all the SADC member states, because it's going to be like we'll have a show probably between Zimbabwe. Cultural Switch can be between Zimbabwe and Eswatini, and we exchange. Probably it can take someone when it's during our Umhlanga reed dance, which Eswatini is famous for our culture, go and experience that, and then we take someone from Eswatini to experience this culture. So it's all about creating experience for our viewers and let them experience what being African means.
What I love is Africa has got a very rich culture.
Yeah.
And that exchange is very critical.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of exchange of information and how critical it is, on this particular platform, AI has been talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And how do we define in new terms what journalism stands for? Because we have seen the advent of
Mm-hmm.
we have seen the advent of social media influencers.
Sure.
Now we have AI.
Yeah.
How are we going to be able to distinguish as broadcasters within this space?
Okay, I think just like in academics has fully embraced AI, and most institutions will allow probably for a paper to be 20% AI. The other 80% should be human. So I think those are type of the policies that we should be integrating in our media space. Say, for instance, if you were to write an article as a journalist, 80% of that writing should be done for you, by you, and the narrative should be controlled by you. AI is just there to guide in terms probably grammar, check spelling, or probably fact check, depending which app you're using. But if you're using the free versions all the time, then you're gonna get a bit of bias. There's a lot. So and it's also important to understand that there are different apps, AI apps for different things that we can do. Take, for instance, illicit.com. It deals with just research-based, and it will give you the proper journals that you can go to, which is very fast if you're researching, because you just type whatever your topic that you're researching, and then you'll have content where you can read. You can read this. This is relevant to you. So it kind of cuts time in browsing a lot. So I think that integrated into broadcasting, that is also very much possible. In terms of, I've mentioned storyboarding. And also post-production. Oh, yes. And you know what? Creating jingles for even for this podcast, you just go to AI, you type the lyrics, and you say make it pop. You've got a jingle that is directly linked to this.
I am definitely take your advice and we'll be trying to get together with the team today to see if we can come up with something that's unique and particular for Sabah. As we're wrapping up, what would your advice be, especially to broadcasters who are
Who are possibly?
pessimistic
Okay.
about the advent of AI?
Mhm.
How do you make them comfortable with AI? Your experience.
Okay, people are always pessimistic. I mean, people are always prone and not eager to embrace change. And as people say, we don't want anything that will replace or take over our jobs. But I would say change is good. Let's take the good and run with it, but maintain who we are from our hearts as Africans, and make sure that AI doesn't take over our storytelling models and everything that we've been taught. So it's important to maintain our identity.
Thank you so much, Kheliwe Dlamini, for joining me for this discussion. We're looking forward. We'll continue to engage with you and just catch up on what you would have learned and maybe share one or two notes with us.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. Oh, still posting. I talk a lot.
I actually enjoyed the conversation.
Is it?
Do you know what I wanted to ask you?
Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa.
To introduce yourself the way you would on any podcast session. So just introduce yourself, just let us have a feel of you on air.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me on ZBC. My name is Alex Kobia. I represent an organization called Viori Video Network. What we basically do is provide regional and international news to broadcasting houses, to people who are doing podcasts, to people who are in the news industry, so to speak. Personally, I've been in the industry for over 30 years. I've worked in various TV stations in Eastern Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. I also worked in the Middle East for one of the leading media houses, international media houses.
Allow me to interject and say that's a very huge portfolio. Already I'm getting goosebumps. And I just want to know, you have mentioned different countries, you have mentioned providing news to different media houses, and I just want to know, what are some of the gaps that you have noted in terms of synergizing our operations as the regional bloc when it comes to news and broadcasting?
Key gaps, I would say, is technology and distribution. And I'm happy to say that that is being filled up very, very fast and at the same pace as the rest of the world is moving. But of course, when it comes to linear broadcasting, we still have, we're depending on the traditional ways of broadcast, transmitters and being received on via antennas and much as they also set-top boxes. People have moved on to, a lot of countries have moved on to IPTV and receiving all the content on their mobile devices. Of course, you cannot rule out the fact that the traditional media houses play a major role in terms of verifying all the content that they put in there. And we also have a lot of traditional viewers who must catch their news at 7 o'clock in the evening or 9 o'clock in the evening. Basically, that is how it's been. And that's how it's going to be for quite some time. But in terms of news gathering and production, there's a lot that is happening out there in terms of user-generated content and that being assimilated into the main news productions. That is an area which I feel can fill that gap and be at par with all players internationally. Yeah.
So AI has ushered in a whole new wave of the order of doing business in news production, in broadcasting. How have you been able to also harness the power of AI in the stories that you do every day?
Okay, very good question. As a video agency, Viori is using AI mostly in the research bit of the production and also the verification bit of production. If I just give a quick example, because you don't know why all the content you get, how honest it is that it originated from that source. AI helps us to verify by just picking up small nuances like the background, what kind of a tree and where does that tree grow? Is it found in that region of the world? Is that flag, would that be flying at that particular place at that time of the day? So there are ways we use AI for verification, for also confirming if that's the voice of actually the person who was recorded or if it was being inserted. And for doing the basic research and everything. So AI is actually complementing a lot of the production work that we're doing. We've not gotten to the stage where it's helping us in the presentation or in assimilating or simulating situations. But that is probably the next step that we're going to be getting into as a video agency. But from where I sit, I appreciate what work is being done by the experts when it comes to using AI for telling stories and for for demonstrating whether it's medical procedures or construction or accident situations when they try and simulate such using AI.
If you were to put your money to invest in anything, as we are in this transitional phase, or let me say this stage of adapting to artificial intelligence, what would you put your money in? You are into news production. What would you put your money on and say, this is what I want to invest in and I see a future in this?
I would actually put my money onto the operators, onto the youth who are getting into this industry, to understand that AI is actually a tool that they can use, very much like the way we move from using manual means of processing problems to the computer. Very much get the youth and AI start being taught into universities, and the applications, the positive applications of AI that will enhance the better product in the broadcast industry.
Thank you so much for taking a bit of your time from the very busy schedule and the exciting discussions that are taking place. We're looking forward. We will check with you as we get towards the end of the convening, just to check on some of the notes that you can share with us.
All right.
Good
Thank
day.
you very much. Very nice meeting you. Good. How's it?
Saba, Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services,
One of the most beautiful things in my career as a journalist and now a podcaster is that I get to sit down and ask the really big questions to my bosses. Okay. And
Then we have to restart, yeah?
Yeah. And yes, I'm going to be speaking to you, sir. I don't want to say. Allow me to just do a quick introduction and ask you your name and just tell us a little bit about yourself and what it is that you do within the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm the Chief Operations Officer. My name is Engineer Tapiwa Maskati Mudzamba. So I'm in charge of all operations that take place at ZBC in as far as the issues of broadcasting is concerned.
You are a tech guru. You have been in this space for a very long time. You have also been within the broadcast industry for a very long time, which means you have seen a lot of things taking shape. Movement from analog, digital, and now we're talking of more other developments. What are some of the key gaps that you have noted that we need to look into, especially as we're sitting down as a regional bloc at this convening?
Okay, so when it comes to issues of gaps, I will start with issues to do with the skills gaps. So you will find that whenever there is a technological innovation, when there is a transformation in terms of technology, you find that technology will be ahead of us and will be following. Yeah,
Very
so
true.
there's need for skills uplifting so that we are equal to the technologies that will be available at that particular time. So we address that as the first issue. Then number two, we have issues to do with the availability of the technology itself. With this, I'm referring to the equipment side of things and the recommended softwares for processing of information. Yeah, so you find that for us to have equipment, it comes at a cost, which may not necessarily be readily available. So that's one of the gaps that I've seen affecting quite a number of players, the issue of capital or capex. Then we all
gather in the auditorium again so that we continue with our program. For those that are outside, if you can hear me, please, you can come through inside. So that we continue with our program. Ushers, please. Those that are ushering, please, let's get those that are outside to come inside. Ushers, please, let's get those that are outside to come in the auditorium so that we can continue with our program.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we all had a cup of coffee, a cup of tea. May I have your attention? May I have your attention? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, just a bit of a recap. This is the Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025. And we are running under the theme, content, connectivity, collaboration, transforming Africa's.
I am now joined by Thomas Mulenga, who is the Inspector, Independent Broadcasting Authority of Zambia, and we are going to be talking up some interesting issues. So, Thomas, welcome to Zimbabwe.
Thank you so much, and I should mention this is my first time in Zimbabwe. And so you can imagine my excitement. Very excited to be here. Of course, sometimes I feel we are just one country, Zimbabwe and Zambia.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Just these small borders that separate us. So I'm very excited, and Victoria Falls town is such a beautiful town.
From the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you.
One of the things that we share, what we have in common between Zimbabwe and Zambia is the language.
Of course.
So
yes.
please do indulge.
Thank you
and
so much.
speak Nyanja
Thank you.
as we're having
Thank
this
you.
conversation.
So to our dear listeners, thank you so much. And I'll be using a bit of Nyanja, Mlibwanji,
Tribuino.
Ezikomo. So I'll be using a bit of Nyanja as well as we go on. Thank you.
All right. So one of the things that has been dominating discussions here at Saba has been the advent of AI.
Yes.
And I just want to find out, in your space, in your country, Zambia, how have you been scaling the new terrain of AI, especially with in relation to broadcasting?
Okay. Thank you so much. And to our dear listeners, I would want them to understand that I'm from a regulatory authority. The Independent Broadcasting Authority is the statutory institution that is having the mandate of regulating a broadcast industry in Zambia. So maybe you can allow me to say a few things about the institution. We are the ones who give licenses for individuals or institutions to set up radio or TV stations. So in Zambia currently, simunga chite broadcasting at mulibe license kuchokera ku Independent Broadcasting Authority. Nchito ya tuina nguni kuchita set ma standards. Muziva, you as a broadcaster, there are standards to broadcasting. We can't just come here and say anything that we feel like saying. We have regulations. Yeah, so basically that's the institution that I'm coming from. It's a government, quasi-government institution, meaning it's partially government and partially independent. And our delegation, I should mention, my boss is here. We are being led by Mr. Webster Malido, who is the Director General. And also we have a Director, Mr. Katendwandi. So basically it's a team of three. I thought I should say that. And coming back to your question, AI, of course, has presented us with a lot of opportunities to make content creation easier, but at the same time, it has also presented us with challenges. So then as regulators especially, we have to strike the balance between allowing people to create creative content, but also to make sure that they are operating within set broadcasting standards, journalism ethics, and also as Africans, we have rights that we believe in. So we are striking a balance. Currently, there are no clear regulations on AI. We are allowing newsrooms to go ahead and adopt the use of AI, but we are telling them to be as cautious as possible. AI cannot just start creating content by itself. There should be someone to initiate it. So it's a brilliant tool, but it's still human-led. So it can't control us. We have to control it. So in that aspect, as we sit behind our computers and trying to use AI, we have to know what we can allow it to do and what we can't allow it to do. We know that from the broadcasting standards and journalism ethical guidelines, news has to be verified. Information has to be verified before you put it out for the public. We know that we can't allow certain content in regulation and in media in general. There's what we call, there's a time at which you can't broadcast certain content. Maybe it's discussing marital issues. In our country, you can't broadcast certain content before 22 hours. That is talking maybe about adult content, because then we are going to corrupt the morals of the children. So we can't just let AI to do as it wishes, because it's a tool. It's just like a computer and a camera. We tell these tools what to do, but we lead them. So in a nutshell, as a regulator in Zambia, we are watching closely, but we are also not going to sit on the rights of people to use this tool to create content. We are going to make sure that the content that is created, whether you are using human sources or AI, it conforms to the broadcasting standards and journalism ethical guidelines. Yeah.
Now there are discussions around establishing a regional television, which makes it very interesting.
Yes.
Because remember, within the bloc, we're 15 countries, and each has its own stance around AI governance.
Yes.
From where you stand and the conversations we have had, how best can we scale this precarious landscape that is developing within our regional bloc?
Thank you. The conversation, it's about time that conversation continues to be had. We can't run away from the fact that, like we were discussing earlier in our introduction, that we are basically one people, just divided by borders. The information that we are sharing right now is fit for Zambian audience, is fit for Zimbabwean audience, is fit for South African audience, anywhere. Because you realize that when we are talking about practices and best practices, they cut across boundaries. So what is bad in broadcasting in Zambia is definitely bad in broadcasting in Zimbabwe. There's no country that will tell you that, no, for us we don't have a problem. You can actually go on TV or radio and insult. There's no country that will tell you that.
True.
Even in heaven, there are regulations.
Yes.
Yeah, so when we are talking about establishing a regional television station, a media outlet that will bring regional issues, stories, showcase our tourism, our culture, and all that, it's a very brilliant conversation. But from a regulator's point of view, I think we need to take the conversation further, because then we are integrating different cultural backgrounds, languages. You know that what an innocent word in Zambia might mean, an insult and an offensive interpretation in a certain jurisdiction. So then there is need for us to continue conversating to see how best we can do it. It's a great idea, because there's so much that we can do with that. But I think we still need to continue with the conversation around it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Thomas,
Thank
for giving us that information. We will continue to catch up with you,
Thank you.
During the course of the convening, so that you can share more notes from what's happening and what you would best recommend that we do as a regional bloc.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to host the Independent Broadcasting Authority, because here where I'm sitting as Independent Broadcasting Authority from Zambia. Thank you so much. And Zimbabwe is such a great place to be in, and Victoria Falls Town is just so marvelous. So thank you so much. We continue enjoying, and the weather is good.
Yes.
So thank God for this. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
And how do I say thank you so much in Nyanja?
In Nyanja, you say zikomo kwambiri. But I can also teach you another phrase in Bemba.
Yes.
Tuatasha sana mkwai.
Tuatasha?
Tuatasha sana.
Tuatasha sana.
Mukwai.
Mukwai.
Yes, basically, thank you so
Tuatasha sana
much.
Mukwai.
Yeah, Mukwai.
There you have it. Thank you so much. Tushatana sana Mukwai.
Tuatasha Mukwai. Okay.
France 24, Russia Today, BBC also supplied content to these services. They're all dead. I promised Benjamin I wouldn't put the graveyard slide up again this year. We'd talk about the resurrection, but they're all dead, okay? But you can take all of the premium SVOD services and add their traffic across, listen to this next, mobile networks. I'm not talking fixed line or fiber. You can take Netflix, Amazon, Disney Plus, all of them, Showmax, DSTV Stream, take all of their traffic and add it together. It does not exceed YouTube's on mobile. So there's this common comment that streaming will take time in Africa because of the cost of data. That is rubbish. Okay? I have been party to 4 African telcos who zero-rated the data. Don't pay for anything when you stream. Cell C Black did 1 cent, rand cent, not US cent. A gig, Cell C Black data. It didn't move the needle. They had vast content bouquets. A lot of it Hollywood, very little local. Nothing changed. But if you ever need evidence of African consumers consuming content on mobile networks, go and sit with any telco. Portion of their network is consumed by YouTube and social media. There are very few that will tell you 80% of their data traffic comes from those services. So your consumer might be on a prepaid short-term contract, paying a couple of dollars for 50 megs. They will find this content. They'll use your work Wi-Fi, they'll use public Wi-Fi, they will consume this content. The IMG report.
We are having beautiful conversations here at SABA 2025. And it's an honor to sit down and have to interview your boss. So welcome, Engineer, to our podcast.
Thank you.
Engineer Mzamba, you are a tech guru. You have worked in the broadcasting industry for a number of years. What are some of the gaps that you have noted in your experience over the years that you think are still existent and need to be paid attention to detail now?
Okay, thank you very much, Rombi, and welcome viewers. So we have quite a number of issues. The first issue that I want to talk about is the issue to do with the skills. We have an issue when it comes to comprehension of new technologies. Each time we have a technological milestone, you will find that people always have a tendency to lag behind. And there is that creation of a vacuum which require to be filled. And how do we fill that? We need to do some kind of training for our staff so that they keep up and always be ahead of new systems. That way, we'll be able to embrace new technologies with impact. That's number one. Then number two, we have an issue to do with the availability of capital. So you will find that whenever there are new technologies, it takes some money to acquire such technology. So in most cases, you find that not everybody will be having the funds to procure the relevant technologies. So funding is the second factor that I might need to talk about. Then obviously we have the resistance to change, which is natural. As you are aware, we have people who take time to understand new innovations. And it will take a lot of effort in order to push those things to adopt. So those are the three major that I believe are most common across SADC.
Conversations that are dominating this particular convening have to do with artificial intelligence.
Yes.
How does artificial intelligence affect or enhance the order of doing business when it comes to broadcasting and technological developments?
Okay, yeah, indeed, Rumbi, I must mention that artificial intelligence, it comes in two ways. It has a lot of advantages that it brings to the media or broadcasting environment. It also have, in fact, there are also some issues that we need to address, which are brought about by the adoption of artificial intelligence. So I will start with the pros. So you find that when you leverage artificial intelligence, you have the leeway to process information much faster, because artificial intelligence can process vast amounts of data in no time. So in other terms, we are improving efficiency, we are improving the order of doing business. Then when it comes to streamlining operations, you find that where we would ordinarily require 10 people to do certain pieces of work, we would require probably 2, because some of the work would have been taken away by AI, which is a fact. Yeah, so when we leverage AI, in short, we will accelerate the way we do things, we will improve efficiency, and also reduce the cost of doing business from the angle I've just mentioned. Yeah, but obviously, we have a lot of challenges to take care of that are brought about by the advent of, in fact, by the use of AI. So you'll find that when AI tools are utilized without without some regulation or some policies that are fully implemented, people have a tendency to abuse AI. So you see that in the digital age, we are now seized with the issues of misinformation, disinformation, and so on. A lot of fake news that is created by AI. If you are not very careful, if you don't have the real eye to see, you will be tempted to think that it's original information, and it's quite damaging from a cyber security point of view. So those are some of the challenges that comes with AI, which require to be addressed.
SABA has been pushing for the establishment of a regional television station.
Yes.
15 states coming together. They have different operational landscapes.
Yes.
They have different governance landscapes and policies.
Yes.
From a technological perspective, what are the key issues that we need to look into as we look towards the regional television establishment?
Okay, yeah, indeed, we are going to come up with that channel, and we are one of the players as the public broadcaster in Zimbabwe. So from a technical angle, we are simply saying that we have all the SADC member states coming together and operating a single television channel. So what it means from a technological angle is that we need to come up with the technologies that will enable integration of different systems from different countries to coexist as a unified or integrated system. So that's the first thing. But for us to be able to do that, we need to understand the kind of systems that each and every player is making use of at the moment, to identify gaps where there are systems that cannot easily be integrated with other systems. So once we do that, we will therefore come up with an operational framework and adoption of formats and standards that are resonant with all the broadcasters. When that is done, it therefore means that we can now feed in or contribute into that channel. Let's take an instance that the channel is being operated from Zimbabwe as its headquarters. It therefore means that as ZBC, we are the ones who are supposed to come up with the playout facility for the channel, and for the other players, which are the SADC member states, they will require to be contributing their content towards that channel. So we will be having content being generated in Lesotho, in Zambia, in, just to mention but a few of the SADC countries, coming to ZBC for ingestion into the main playout system, and then we subsequently have our playout, which I believe will be operating on a number of platforms for the purpose of increasing our reach and the ease of, in fact, accessibility by all SADC member states.
Engineer, it has been a pleasure getting an insight into the world of tech, especially with regards to broadcasting. We'll definitely be looking for you as we go towards the end of the convening, so that maybe you can share some notes with us on your sentiments around the discussions that are trending here at SABA.
Oh, thank you, Rumbi. Thank you, viewers. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
That's fine. Yeah, I think.
AI is a tool to make you way more efficient. Your danger is it's making the tech-savvy SMMEs very efficient. So as a dinosaur like me, you cannot sit on your hands and go, well, if we adopt it, what's going to happen to jobs? Change the jobs, okay? I did this at the last conference, and there's nobody standing there, and I'm not going to walk to the back, but I can tell you all of our cameras are driven by AI now. Sorry, the cameraman, but it is. And all of our cameramen are now being trained in post-edit workflows. And what's the most important thing? Quality assurance. AI has to be checked. If you send anything out the door, you need to be happy with it as a human being if it represents your business. We are using AI for voiceovers. If I've got an advert and I want it in 3 different languages, and I want a male artist, and I want a Kenyan dialect, boom, done. So what are the voiceover artists doing? Quality checking the work, working on the flows, okay? Those highly emotive points, we spoke about emotion that AI doesn't get, re-enhance it. There is a vacancy. Your biggest danger on AI is employee apathy, not efficiency. It's doing my job for me. I can chill and go play golf, okay? So you have to be on top of it. I just came back from Europe yesterday. We're a big producer of sport, and you'll see in the UK that the Premier League have ruled front of jersey, no betting companies. Well, in many countries around the world, betting is taboo. Think of all the Islamic countries. We're using AI to swap out Betway on the side of tennis courts, on the side of jerseys, when they don't allow the roof of the marquee to be branded with a brand at a tournament. For TV, the whole roof of the marquee is branded. AI is everywhere, and it's there to be used to make you more efficient. But it's not going to solve your OTT problems. Okay? OTT is multifaceted, and this is what scares people the most. Is that yes, you can downlink your channels, you can ingest them, you can put encoding different bitrate profiles so that you don't have buffering, that you're using adaptive bitrate, you get all your VOD assets, you do all your licensing windows, you decide whether it wants to be encrypted or not encrypted. You then got to push it to multiple devices, which is operating systems are forever changing. If Samsung decides to update its operating system, it doesn't care whether you catch up or not. It's updating it. So you got to stay on top of that. Then you've got your monetization strategy. Hey, and then finally, you've got a product in the market. It doesn't stop there, guys. We have seen this so many times. Somebody asked me in the room earlier, hey, what's happening with the new MTN product? We've been talking to them for 4 years. It's been launching every February. Okay? Facts is that telcos don't necessarily know how to be broadcasters, but they want a content platform. They get the content platform, they switch it on, they
Yes. I want to welcome you, Nada Wachela. Did I get that right?
Nada Wachela, yes.
Yes, to our podcast. And let me start off by saying you have been working with SABC Radio.
Yes.
And for how long have you been in the broadcast industry?
In the broadcasting industry, besides having born into it, but working in it, I started over 25 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been with SABC for 25 years now.
Let's just go back a little bit. You said
Yes.
born into it.
Yes.
Tell me about the born into it part.
My father was in the same industry.
Oh wow! So
Yeah.
it's a family inheritance, legacy of sorts.
Look. I think children will always tend to fall back on the things that are familiar to them. Because for me, the industry was very much familiar growing up, so work for me was the broadcasting industry.
And I just want to find out, because you mentioned something that is very critical, and you say children tend to gravitate towards what they're familiar with. Given the changes that are taking place in the media landscape, in internationally and in the region,
Yeah.
do we still have similar opportunities with the generations that are coming in into the broadcasting space?
There's definitely more opportunities with the new developments. There is so much that is happening that the younger generation can benefit from. Obviously, I don't think they interact with the industry the same way that I did growing up, or even my father. When he joined the industry, it was a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
So right now, there is so much. I mean, if you look at radio, there's a lot of visuals that you see. We're doing a lot of visual radio, which has given new opportunities to young people that are in photography, videography, who are assisting us with podcasts and so on, things that were not there before when it was just the linear radio platforms or even television platforms.
One of the conversations that has dominated this convening has been the advent of AI and
Yes.
how we can best adapt to it and harness it in our spaces.
Yeah.
When we're looking at radio broadcasting, how best can stations leverage on AI, but also stand and distinguish themselves from misinformation and disinformation that's being propelled in this digital space?
Right. I think the first thing is for us to accept that AI is here to stay and there is good that we can derive from it. The earlier we adapt to these things, the better. I mean, very soon we're not even going to be having this conversation of whether we should use it or whether it's going to be as simple and as necessary as Google. Like when you're doing your shows, you can't count how many times you go to Google to check on things. So I think AI in a few years, it's going to be like that. It's going to be a necessary part of, the production chain. But platforms, excuse me.
Bless you. It's okay.
I think it's all the environment.
Yeah.
But I think platforms have to build trust and credibility with their viewers and listeners. We have to invest in trust. We also have to invest in the development of our people, train them, ensure that, they can distinguish between, fake and real, because we're going to have such sharp individuals that are able to distinguish between fake news and something that is real before they put it on air or before they use it in the program. So we have to upskill on the one hand, but we have to invest in the trust and the reputation of our brands.
And it's especially interesting for radio stations. Why am I saying this? When you look at television or social media platforms,
yes,
we as individuals are now able to tell that this might be AI generated.
Yes.
But when it comes to voices on radio, it's a whole different conversation altogether. What measures are you going to, or what measures do you think should be put in place, especially to guard against content that might be misinforming and disinforming within the radio broadcasting space and governance issues for AI?
Yeah. Look, I think we have to have policies that guide our employees on how to use AI. If as a radio platform, for example, you want to automate your evening programs, because you want to cut down on costs of having warm bodies in the evenings where you're not generating any revenue, then there has to be very clear guidelines of what that voice, will be doing. If it's just back announcing the songs and so on, then you set it up to do just that. It can be at the liberty of everyone to change that which the platform has determined is going to be used from this hour to that hour, and this is what it's going to be doing. But also you have to understand the sound of your brand and the preferences of the listeners and set it up that it's something that will be palatable to the listeners and the viewers of that particular station, but there has to be strict policies in place of how to use it and so on. It can do amazing things otherwise for our brands if used correctly.
Nada, I want to thank you so much for the information that you have shared. We're going to catch up with you as the convening continues, just to check on some of the key takeaways from the meetings that you would have had and participated in.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that you gave me this opportunity. We really enjoying being here. Zimbabwe is a beautiful country, and I hope we will also have some time to visit the falls and see some of the, beautiful places and do the interesting things that people do when they come to this part. But in terms of the convention, there's a lot of learning, there's a lot of networking that it is presenting to us as broadcasting professionals. So yes, there's still more to come.
And definitely that's the beauty of Saba, and we will continue to give you more beautiful conversations right here from the resort town of Victoria Falls, where the 31st General Assembly of the Southern Africa Broadcasting Association is holding its convening for broadcasters for the sake of collaboration, exchange of information, as well as innovation.
Through, and what is it impression? Is it after 5 seconds or 2 seconds? When do you build a client? How do you build a client? Where does a client book? Let me go back to selling that advert on the news. So log into the programmatic market. That, I'm just telling you, is not your saving grace. In America, the programmatic market is 50% of the advertiser spend. The other 50 is still direct sales through the agencies. Of that 50%, social media commands 80% of it. So you're all fighting for the other 20%. And of the direct, the top agencies control 80% of it. And then there's the SMEs. In Africa, programmatic is 10% of the market. It'll grow and it'll catch up, as it has in India and other markets, but it's a slow process. So the point is to find a partner where you have no zero red line, no negative revenue. That's what we want to deliver to you. But not just that. In evolving this, we've had to evolve into other spaces. So we might be a solution for you in OTT, but your broadcast technologies are aging. So in the last 2 years, we have diversified, and we now built, even before SuperSport boarded in. Let's get to the next slide. My clicker is not clicking. There you go. We built full IP-OB trucks. We're on our third one for the African continent. No longer the traditional feed, everything's SRT. The great thing about these trucks, for technical operation support, we can log into them from anywhere in the world and support your team in running them. These trucks can be built with African suspension, African conditions, humidity, heat, dust, all the African conditions. You need to think about this, right? And deliver effectively, using very effectively workflows that we heard TV4U talking about as an extension of this. This is like an extension of a cell phone, but on steroids, and can be optimized. So there's no longer any satellite space capacity that's required. No more SNGs. Come on, some of you, you're lucky enough to have Starlink. We're not allowed it in Africa yet. We did buy the first one, but never mind. So if you need to modernize your fleet, really think twice. It's a reduction in rigging days. There's no laying of cables. Everything talks to each other in an IP format. And last but not least, we are now the second largest producer and licensor of live sport on the continent behind MultiChoice. We are the only other company allowed to run a 24/7 channel on the SuperSport stack. We run the horse racing channel, Racing 240. We broadcast that from IP trucks at 3 centers in South Africa. That means we're broadcasting 8 hours of live sports racing 180 days a year. Plus we do all of the motorsport at Kyalami, and it's just expanding. We did ESPN and Disney's boxing across the continent of Africa, and 90% of that was all IP based. And with live dubbing. Live dubbing means that I can broadcast the commentary in multiple languages with less than 1 second latency, and yes, that's all done by AI. But it's instant. Any language, Franco-Africa, unlocked. So if we can be of assistance and you're looking for a partner, that's my last plug. Don't spend any money. We'll guide you through the process. Interesting? Come and see us. That's me. I said I'd be short and quick. I'm open to any questions.
Any questions from the floor?
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive presentation, also looking into what the future holds. Now, in terms of affinity towards local content as it relates to public broadcasters, one of the biggest problems that we are having is our reliance on multi-choice DSTV as a means of carrying our respective channels. To the extent that the popularity of DSTV multi-choice is actually embedded on the local content where they are serving in the respective countries. And for that, public broadcasters have not been compensated fully. And it creates a problem. Because now, if you have your own platform through which you're broadcasting, your viewer will say that, but why should I go to you? Because I can find you on multi-choice DSTV, and yet there's no commercial agreement between the entities that would seek to give some form of monetary value to the public broadcaster. Our position in NBC is that we're going to terminate that so that we can claim back that which is very authentic ours from a local content perspective, because the cost of us producing, the cost of us procuring goes and sits freely where MultiChoice gets the shine. So that's one element that we will be taking out from an NBC perspective. And linked to that, it's also the aspect of distribution that has always been a problem on the continent for as long as I know, because we have no single point through which even compelling content can actually be put on platforms that will seek to create and attract viewership beyond our own borders as well. And I just quickly want to go back to DSTV. 2 countries that they have heavily invested in, it's South Africa and Nigeria. The rest of us on the continent, we had to fall into whatever system they've been having. And the past 5 years have shown to be difficult for MultiChoice, because now regulation in country would say that, but you need to produce local content. because you are making people pay and yet you're not plowing back. That's why most probably they got to a point where they needed to be bought by Canal Plus. On a Sabah, from a Sabah perspective, if I see what you are presenting, there's a potential for great synergy in terms of the eyeballs that we believe we can pull. Because one of the things that we are battling with is actually to set up the Sabah SADC television channel. And part of that would be, how do we distribute this at the level where the cost aspect is minimized and at the same time where we can pool advertising revenue. And I'm raising this as a way of actually saying, I believe there's potential to talk around what you're presenting. Now, the last question would be, if I'm a PB and I already have my own OTT platform, what happens if I have to go to you? Because I could have had substantial inputs of setting it up. Will it just mean it goes away? Thank you.
Cool. Quite a few points to respond to. So first of all, huge advocate for local content. And if you look at, and I draw reference back to YouTube and the fact that, particularly amongst the youth, 9:16 content is now exceeded in popularity, is user-generated content at its core is hyperlocal. It is community, peer-to-peer, and it's not professionally produced, yet it is consumed in vast amounts on all social platforms. I think it's known that we've been party to many efforts where the telcos believed, hey, we've got to have all of Hollywood, all 5 major studios, and we've got to go and license all of these channels from around the world, and none of it worked. As I said, people were allergic to paying for it, and it wasn't the content that they want. So local sport, huge performer. Local on-demand magazine shows, huge performers, and that's why you can see people like Russia Today, BBC World, and everybody investing in local content, because that's going to resonate with your community at a social level more than anything that'll come from the West or from Europe, or even the platforms that have been trying to build themselves off Korean content. In terms of the history of that must-carry deal, where free-to-air broadcasters found themselves almost in a tacit obligation, multi-choice is coming in here. Part of the licensing conditions is they must carry the national broadcaster. It was seen as an obligation, and they carried you. And now we're getting to the point where actually you want to own your customer again. And we see this a lot with faith-based organizations as well, who would have a carriage deal with the likes of a multi-choice, where they're paying a fee for the satellite capacity, SD, and they're using it. Why? Because they don't have the investment in the set-top box infrastructure that's already on the ground. And we've seen big entities try to take that on. Kwese, great one example of trying to set themselves up, distribute their own set-top boxes, and get their content into their own world. And so you have to strategize around whether you've got the ammo for that. But as I said earlier, there are a lot of new channels opening up to you, not just in your own OTT platform, whether you've got an existing one or you're looking for a new one. Do not discount the OEM television manufacturers. They are all hungry for content, okay? They want to do a revenue share with anybody who's willing to do a revenue share, even if it's archived old content, people are watching it. And so they're offering up models, they're offering up priority buttons on their set-top box remotes. And you think about it, in the new world, there's no set-top box there as long as that TV is connected, which takes you back to the home connection system. I think OpenView HD proved, with a few really tough years, that by investing into having your own network will reveal. They didn't wait, they were against the DTT, they moved on, and I think you spoke earlier around DTT. I think DTH was always going to be better for Africa than DTT. And then obviously you've got players like Centec with their carriage deals and their free vision that are trying to create a collective bundle. Again, and no disrespect to them, and I've watched the growth of that. You are putting your content back into a space where your competitors' content is there, so it's a little bit like a curated YouTube. And you want to have first-hand ownership, and you don't necessarily want that pull away. But at the same time, if your content is only going to attract 50,000 monthly average users, you're going to struggle to get attention from the global auctions, which means your sales all become direct. And I think one of the biggest challenges that I've seen with a lot of people who are on carriage deals with broadcasters, and multi-choice, you know, is just one of them, there are a few others, is who's doing the ad sales? And what's that split? So if it's DSTV media sales, well, they've got their channels and yours, and some people like ESPN, all of their advert sales are done by them, and they're fine with that. But you have to carve out your own path based on the size of your market and your audience. I think as a collective, you guys have been talking about for 10 years a collective SABA-based platform, and I think it has merit as long as that you can carve out that you own your own customer. Because it's not just, digital marketing is not just about a 15-second pre-roll. It's about lead generation. There are a whole lot of other elements that you can attach to that extracts way more value for you than just serving up a commercial.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Stephen Watson. Tidebereka ale Mr. Watson abalebereka akale kuti makampani endevo anokuwa kuti endire mberi etaimali kuti kuti elalame. It speaks to the aspect of sustainability, especially for broadcasters.
Indeed, an interesting presentation. Let's give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure it reminds us of what we need to do as public broadcasters as well in our country to move forward, to remain relevant, and what we need to benefit from. And they did touch on very important aspect in terms of how we need to model in terms of streaming and how we can leverage and benefit from it. You did touch on issues of advertising. The costs of contracts, I'm sure those were reminded about public broadcasters going into long-term contracts that they can't go or go out of for leave or significantly miss out on quite a lot. He also touched on issues of AI, which is playing a significant role. As you can see, some of the cameras, they don't have operators. So we need to adapt in terms of how we need to handle AI within our institutions. So we have to be smart about it. It's not about people losing jobs. It's about how they can effectively use AI to their advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, I'd like to hand you over to Monica Chanda as we continue with our program. And we thank you for keeping attention.
Well, I thought you were actually going to bring in the sporting aspect to it. It's interesting that when Stephen spoke about streaming and revenues, sport actually brings in a lot of revenue when we're talking streaming services, and even when we're talking traditional platforms of broadcasting and media. Suddenly, he didn't take advantage of that platform. But ladies and gentlemen, would also like to take this time to also acknowledge in our presence the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Mr. Nick Mangwana. We welcome you, sir. And he will be presenting a little later. He has a presentation. We will be looking at the policy side of things. We will be looking at the issues of framework. And so watch out for that presentation. I'm also going to take the opportunity to also welcome in our midst the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation Board Chair, Ms. Harriet Rushwaya. Please, we need to give her a rousing applause. Maybe if she can also stand, I think we need, because we are the hosts as ZBC. We are co-hosting, yes, with the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting Services. But please, a round of applause. Also, the ZBC Board, ZBC Vice Board Chair, please, we also welcome Advocate Tapson Jetero. Please, if you could allow him to also be acknowledged. And our ZBC board members, we also have our other esteemed ZBC board members. Kindly allow us to also acknowledge you. If you could just stand. I think all our board members who are in the room, if you could all stand, so that we can also acknowledge you and say, welcome. we will have to fast track this program. And coming up next, this is the time where we will also have to pay much attention, because this panel discussion is involving the issues around trust in the machine, navigating the ethical, legal, and regulatory maze of AI in broadcasting. I know with the disruption of new technologies, we spoke about misinformation, we spoke about fake news, we spoke about the ethical considerations, and hence the next session is where we will have our moderator, and as our moderator comes up, please clap for them, Noto Modungwe, an international business development manager at Centec. And when he comes to the stage, please give him some love, please clap for him, and give him a rousing warm applause. Keep clapping, please. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Benjamin, I don't know what I did for you to put me, in front of lunch. But we are here. It's never. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'll stand on the protocol that has already been observed. My name is Noto again. So maybe, and I will introduce the panel in a minute. But we are looking here. I think we're going to have a great panel. First of all, just allow me to pull in my notes in a minute. Yes, so we're going to speak around trust in the machine. There's quite a lot that has been spoken about today, and it's around the opportunities that exist within, or what opportunities AI presents us with in terms of efficiencies, in terms of advertising, what more we can do, all of that. However, there's another side to the story as well. And it's really, how do we manage all of this? Do we need to regulate it? What do we need to look out for? So these are some of the things that we're going to debate, or rather speak about. And our esteemed panelists will be able to educate us with what they are doing, if they are doing anything, or what's happening within their collective spaces. So with that, firstly, I'd like to introduce my sister, Mabatu Ditebe from Lesotho. Mabatu is with the Lesotho National Broadcasting Services as the head of news and current affairs. And she is a PhD candidate with Rhodes University, focusing her research on the strategic use of AI to address misinformation and disinformation. So looking forward to hearing more on that. Next, we've got Effort Magozo. I hope I'm saying that correctly. It's a direct. Effort is the director of news and current affairs as well for ZBC, Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, our host. And is a dynamic information and broadcasting specialist, really, with a strong academic and journalism background. So one of the other things is that, what does it mean to journalists or within the journalist environment? What should we be looking out for, and what impacts can we see or do we foresee? Effort possesses skills in public relations, information packaging and dissemination, research, social media engagement, and implementation of communication strategies. So with that, I will move on to our third panelist, Joe France. Joe France, if you could, thank you. Joe is a special advisor to Broadcast Network Europe. Joe is an internationally respected strategist and policy advisor working at the intersection of media technology and regulation. He's been a special advisor to the program making and special events and DTT broadcasting community for a while now. His work focuses on safeguarding democratic communication systems, promoting fair access to spectrum, guiding the ethical use of emerging technologies such as AI in broadcasting. So with that, I think let me take a seat and we get started on. So as I touched on, we're going to look at, I think, the other side. Yes, one spectrum, there's opportunities and potentially challenges that come about with opportunities and challenges that can come about with AI. On the one aspect is that we can't throw the baby out with the water. What can we do to manage all of this? What are some of the best practices? And with that, I'm going to lead on into maybe the first theme being around AI and trust. And Mabatu, maybe we shall start with you, right? Within your environment, can you give us a view of the scenario within Lesotho? And maybe with that, let us know what your thoughts are, or what you think. How can broadcasters maintain human editorial oversight while adopting AI tools to personalize and automate content?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Noto, for that question. Hey, yesterday when I was coming here, people were talking about AI. Then I said, every day of our lives, we are talking about AI. Do we even really understand the magnitude of the problem that we're faced with when talking about AI? Today, the discussions, when they started, today when they commenced, they talked about the positives about AI. Remember, I'm a broadcaster. Every time I wake up, I go to the newsroom, I get overwhelmed because so many stories are being generated by AI. Our journalists today no longer want to research. Our journalists today no longer want to do their job. Our traditional models have changed. There's a disruption in the newsroom. That's the problem that we are faced with. And I'm always worried. Hence my journey, my academic journey and my professional journey is centered around combating disinformation in the newsrooms, especially at LNBS. Why at LNBS? Because that's where I'm coming from. I'm worried with the magnitude of the disinformation that continue to erode the public trust. In Lesotho, for instance, but let me just say this, building on the insight that was shared earlier, AI, we have to have the concern, we have to address the concern first. The risk that AI detaches content from human context, we have to work on that, potentially eroding the nuance and empathy essential to quality storytelling. We no longer tell stories from our own context. We tell stories from the AI perspective. That's the problem. Despite fierce competition from unregulated and often sensational social media platforms, the mainstream media struggles to maintain its credibility amidst all the chaos. What am I saying? In Lesotho, for instance, disinformation has become a key of the media landscape, negatively affecting news circulation and the credibility of professional journalism. Fraudsters in Lesotho often promise jobs at prominent companies like Letsen Diamond Mine, exploiting unemployed youth by requesting personal information and money for non-existent opportunities. That's disinformation. Again, conversely, a notable economic and political incident occurred on August 13, 2025, when a false story about his king, His Majesty the King, Lizzie III, went viral.
And in response, the government, through the Ministry of Information, where I work, issued a statement across all its platforms, urging citizens to be cautious of AI-generated stories. Like I said before, I'm worried about the information that is being circulated on the media platforms today, and that is through AI. I know it comes with a lot of positives. What about the negatives it brings to our own public sphere? That's something that we need to think about as the broadcasters in Sabah. To mitigate this and to build and maintain trust in the machine, the very machine that we are talking about, Mr. Noto, broadcasters must take a proactive, multifaceted approach to mitigate this. First, AI must augment. Every other speaker have alluded to this. The AI should not replace human journalists. Oversight is essential. Every step of the way, from fact-checking, AI outputs, to finally editorial decision. This is our non-negotiable campus as broadcasters. You know, in the newsrooms, that's our campus, ethical considerations. Forget about the AI. I'm traditional as it is. I want the stories to be written by a human factor. I want the stories to be edited by a human, not the machine. Yes, AI can come in place to edit, to summarize the mundane data, to edit the stories, but not to produce our stories. We have to think about our own people when we tell our stories. They have to be contextualized. Secondly, media organizations must develop clear internal policies on AI usage, addressing transparency, data privacy, and responsible content handling. This is a foundational step for all Sabah members. We need to do that from our own different newsrooms. We need to be transparent about AI use in the newsroom. If the story was written by AI, we need to be transparent about that. This can turn skepticism into a source of differentiation and trust. We must collaborate. One speaker said that earlier, and I said, yes. We must collaborate with the academic community. Why are we collaborating with the academic community? How are our journalists, educators balancing teaching, critical thinking with the need to train future journalists on generative AI skills and tools? Do we have the skills? Do we have the tools of AI that can combat disinformation? I'm not so sure yet, because the problem, the magnitude of the problem is bigger than us. Maybe from the global north perspective, it's okay. But what about us from the global south perspective? I'm saying, as Afrikaners, let's talk about it. Let's renegotiate the terms. Let's sit down and have the policy regulations that talk to us as Africans. We must, lastly, Mr. Noto, I'm sorry to take your time. We acknowledge the work being done, such as the Africa AI Declaration and the African Union's Continental AI Strategy. The AUB's ongoing work on policy now, as we're here, framework for media policy in Mauritius, is a crucial step for our continent. But the broadcasters, are we saying we need AI? Yes, of course, to manage our mundane data, but not to replace our journalists. I thank you.
Thank you so much. You touched on a number of, I think, topical issues, right? I mean, some being things like transparency, to say, do we agree that we need to say if content is generated by AI? And is it enough if I say this content that you're looking at has been generated or assisted by AI? Ladies and gentlemen, there is a fourth panelist who I wasn't aware was in the room. So if you can just allow me to call up Mr. Matthias Chaganyuka, the CEO of BAZ, Broadcasting Authority of Zimbabwe. Please, sir. Please. Thank you. And allow Mr. Matthias to settle. I want to touch on, can we touch on rather another theme around ethics? And I think, therefore, maybe you can assist with this in terms of what ethical boundaries should broadcasters never cross when deploying AI in content production or mixing AI?
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, colleagues. I think from morning, colleagues laid a critical base on the importance of AI tools. And there are many of them, you know them, Dreamline Machine, Sora, Runaway, and these have been used to convert audio to video, text to video, and there have been great work that has been done by these tools. But I also need to point out a very critical matter around ethics. And I need to make this very clear that a good tool is as good as the user of the tool. A good tool in wrong hands can create destruction. I also need to point out that a good tool in proper hands can build better creations. What am I talking about? I'm not introducing a new concept here. A great philosopher, Aristotle, pointed out that even great tools can be perverted and change their use. So AI tools are very good, they are critical, but if not used properly, they can lead to detrimental outcomes. So I need to point out that the issue of ethics is a critical one. Let me draw you to the American elections in 2024. There was a picture of Donald Trump which made rounds in the social media space. It was a picture of Donald Trump surrounded by many African Americans. The message that was being pointed out there was that Donald Trump is drawing a lot of African American crowds, and the Republicans were winning it. Yes, finally they won it, but the picture was AI generated. Those who managed to analyze the picture, they realized that there was no consistency in the background, consistency in the clothing of the people who were in the picture. And while, of course, the main media houses didn't run with the picture, but it flooded the social media space. And there were a lot of stories that came out later on after that picture had been detected to have been AI generated. What are we talking about here? We're talking about deep facts. We're talking about disinformation. We're talking about misinformation. So colleagues, the issue of ethics is very critical, especially in the newsroom, for journalists to ensure that whatever pictures that we use, whatever text, whatever videos, we must verify them. So I'm introducing a matter that we all know, which is a matter of collaborating AI with traditional journalism. Like what my colleagues correctly pointed out, AI is not there to replace the human being. AI is not there to replace the editor, but to complement the work of the editor. I think I'll end it there, my moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you touched on something. I think Benjamin, you might remember when we were in Nigeria earlier, a couple of months ago. I think it was Mr. Jibri that had said, AI, he does not believe, as a DG of a broadcaster, he does not believe that AI will replace the journalists. He said only journalists that do not take up AI and use it and find newer ways of using are at the risk of them basically becoming obsolete. So, and I think it touches on what you just spoke on. And there's a new term that I was reading a couple of papers on this that spoken about. It's called translational journalist, which would be the journalist that is the bridge between that technology as well as knowing the intricacies of the craft to say that's potentially what we need. But moving from ethics, and perhaps maybe let's touch on the regulatory space. Now, we've noticed, so we don't necessarily have our regulations set up yet. And it's not only just in Africa, I mean, even in the Western world. But what I've seen happen, it's the likes of BBC. They've started writing up their own policies So for example, as a partner to the BBC, they've got a framework and a guideline to say, this is what you can and can't do with AI and what they can accept. So, and which basically falls into self-regulation. So Mr. Matias, what is your outlook with this? Should we leave AI to be self-regulated, as in we should self-regulate it, or should we bring it under the regulator, or is it a mixture? Maybe if you can come in there.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. Two issues might arise. Firstly, if you are going to regulate AI, who are we regulating? So I was talking to my friend Joe over a cup of tea to say 60% of our population in Africa is the generation which is 25 and below. And that generation is the one which is most likely to be affected by this AI. So if we don't empower them, what will happen is whatever information we are getting on AI, it's information which is coming from other countries. It's coming from US. It's coming from the United Kingdom. And you want that information to translate your bulletin into shorter. You see? So the first thing which should happen is to capacitate that young age group. Does our curricula allows that? Do we have schools and universities locally in our countries which promotes AI? So if you want to regulate, then you are regulating a person who is in Nevada, there in the States, who's putting on content on AI for us to search. So what we'll be doing as regulators if we say we want to regulate AI? So the most important thing is to make sure that we capacitate our people, especially the young ones. These are the future. So if I want to search information about Zimbabwe, I don't need to be told by a Google server in the United States to tell me that the Azambezi Hotel is the best hotel in Africa, when we can do the research on our own. So what we need to do is to make sure that we capacitate ourselves, right? So once we capacitate, then we should be able to regulate. But however, we cannot sit and say we don't regulate because the content is not being generated in our respective countries. What we can do is we can do what we call AI audits, right? For example, a regulator can actually make it mandatory that when you're putting on a screen something which is AI generated, you have to put a notice to say this content is AI generated. But the question then which arises is, if you do that AI generation of content, if something goes wrong, who is responsible? Is it the broadcaster? Is it the person who was generating the AI or what? So we need to make sure that we empower our broadcasters to make sure that they have that knowledge to say, how do we authenticate the information which is coming from AI? So basically, yes, we can regulate to a certain extent, but mainly machines read the data which we input, but it's us who are supposed to input the data, not someone else. So in this case, yes, we are very glad about AI, but you ask one of us in here, how many of us have inputted data that one we can search about a certain subject? Basically, almost everyone has not done so. So which data are we looking at? Which one do we want to authenticate? When we can't even input our own data in the AI platforms. So that would be my opening remarks. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, sir. And I mean, you touched on one of the other things in terms of around accountability. If something goes wrong or something is aired and it's harmful, who do we blame? And it's that question really: is it the regulator, is it the broadcaster, or is it the system developer? And I say this because we know most of this AI was trained by using a particular data set. That data set has certain biases, right? So whatever I tell this AI to generate, it might use some of these biases in it generating the content that I want. So who really becomes at fault? And I think that's a nice segue for you, Joe. So when you look at that, knowing that it's a similar situation that Stephen put up earlier. Not all of us as broadcasters or as entities have those budgets to roll out our own platforms, right? Guys like the BBC, they've got a huge R&D team, etc. But when you come in our context, not all of us do, right? So, and knowing that if that's your situation, you're going to have to rely on a third-party platform, which was probably developed somewhere else, right, with its own biases. So how can us as African within the continent, what can we do to ensure that our ethics are applied into that? Is it something that we can collectively have some guidelines, frameworks? Maybe over to you.
Yes, thank you. I think ultimately the issue of accountability is clear. Ultimately, it is with the broadcaster. Your viewers don't have a contract of trust with some programmer in Silicon Valley or in Shenzhen or with an algorithm. They have a contract of trust as viewers with the broadcaster. So ultimately, the buck stops with the broadcaster. That is quite important. And now, to your question, I think it has to do with transparency that we talked about here. It also has to do with traceability. It has to do with accountability, and it has to be with how we explain what we are doing with the machine. And people have talked about human oversight. So for me, it is quite clear that what you put in the machine is ultimately what it spits out. So if there is a mistake in terms of discrimination, in terms of any biases, it's really not the machine's fault. It's the one who uses it. The more you know about your subject, the better you are at using the AI. So I think that really answers your question in terms of what we do about it. It's better capacity with our broadcasters. I think that is clear. And also, you know, AI is not going to come to broadcasting, as I said earlier on. It is already in broadcasting. In the entire, I was telling somebody that when I started in broadcasting, we were editing with 1-inch tapes where we had to splice, cut, and paste physically. And then when we're done with that, we had to take the tape and physically go to the transmission to be transmitted. All that is gone. And in every step of the value chain, you would have some form of AI that makes the production much, much more efficient. It makes the production better, it makes it less costly, and it's going to happen and it's going to be better. But we need a set of, in order to understand and in order to ensure that we have that trust with our viewers still intact, we need to have a set of principles. So we need to approach this based on a principled approach which is based on principles. If we have that, then we know we don't need to run all the time figuring out what to do. Because if those principles are adhered to, for example, traceability, accountability, and all those principles, if they are adhered to, then we don't have a problem. You think of it this way. If you have an architect building, putting together a house or a drawing, there are certain principles that you follow, irrespective of what mechanics you use or what programming you use. You still keep to those principles. Otherwise, the house will fall up or will fall down. I think this is the same kind of principles we need to develop for broadcasters.
Thanks, and we certainly don't want our house to fall down to the ground. And one of the other things, I know within the SADC environment, we've got, with regulators, we've got CRASA, which basically coordinates and makes sure that there's some alignment within the member states in how we regulate things. Do you not think also that maybe there's an opportunity from a regulation point of view to start lobbying even the Western world to ensure some alignment, ethical alignment, so that whoever is creating these tools, at least they share there's some alignment in terms of our ethics before we even start using it, or as we are using it already. I think to yourself, as well as Matthias, maybe we can touch on that.
Well, if I just very briefly say, there are a number of red lines that you need to put together, irrespective where you are. Bias amplification, for example, synthetic misinterpretation, and the most insidious of all, the deep fakes. These are things that you need, irrespective where you are. But on the other hand, Africans need to now figure out, somebody talked about language, for example, we need to build our own and sovereign AI. Those are the kind of things that you need to do. And the more you do that, the more control you have, the better it will be for you to use it. So I think really it's about time that we make some investments in building our own AI hubs and AI machines to have an input. Namibia, excellent example, digitizing and putting it all in an archive. If all these Sabah countries were to do that, put it together, you would control it. You'd also be able to monetize it. But those red lines you need to keep, because then you also, as you make the input, you make sure those red lines are, the guardrails are there.
Definitely, definitely. Maybe Matthias, and then we'll come.
Okay. Yeah, I think, you see, our cultural differences are not that much in Southern Africa. So I believe that CRASA is the entity responsible for regulating in Southern Africa. You can come up with probably something like ethical code of conduct, which can be shared among broadcasters, so that we can have a common way of regulating AI. Then we also need to come up with probably training and certification centers, where we can actually train staff from the regulator, even the broadcasters, or even some of the users. They also need, because roughly, if you look at someone as an individual, probably you rely on AI when it comes to news. So that person also needs some form of training and appreciation in terms of AI. How then do we say this news is authentic and this one is not? So that kind of basic training. So basically, collaboration, yes, it's a way to go, which can assist us as a region. Then we can move together as a region.
Thank you so much. And Memarat?
I believe he has already talked onto something that I wanted to talk about. However, I'll just say this discussion comes at the right time for Sabah, as the rules of the game are currently being negotiated. This is our time to sit down as regional, to have regional decisions that will shape policy for the next decade. Let me talk about the Public Media Alliance and give a scenario where they have their own regulations, although there's no direct regulation from public media. But they said no AI content should be published without human approval. No AI content should be published without human approval. I think that's where we need to start. Where are these stories coming from? Who has done these stories? Are our journalists still able to go to the field and do their own stories? If I had chance, I would give you one of the stories, one of the samples that I was very furious about. Because this story talked about my own prime minister, and there was no context at all. Somebody decided to sit on the computer and wrote the story through AI. Wow. And you can imagine the frustration as the acting head of news and current affairs at that moment when I saw the story, and the story had already been broadcasted. So I will be saying again, content that has been made with, edited, or embellished by AI should always be discarded or be disclosed as such. Let's disclose. If our content has been embellished by AI, let's not try and deny that factor. For keeping trust, for ensuring that the public there on the ground, they still trust us. As the mainstream, we gradually losing the trust from the people. Because now we compete with the larger markets. Somebody said to me, why are you saying the larger markets? I said the larger markets from the social media platforms, because each and every one of you now, they're holding their phones and reading news from their mobile phones. Do you listen to the newsroom, to the news from the traditional mediums? No more. So I believe, I'm not saying something that has evidence, but those are the larger markets for now that we are competing with. We are competing on everyday basis with the citizen journalism, with sensational stories. So what are we saying as broadcasters? Are we saying in our own mainstream newsrooms, do we really want to publish the stories that are edited? And do we need to publish those stories that are edited and written by AI? Let's have a regulation that says no.
Okay, and I think what's key there is it's supposed to still have that human oversight as to what gets published ultimately.
Thank you so much. You hear me.
And I think, colleagues, we've just have like 5 minutes left, so before I just open up for questions. One of the other things, effort maybe from an editorial point of view, with hyper-relevance, because one of the things that if you look at Google, what made it successful is that if I see an ad of a car, it means I had been searching for a car or something about a car. So it was always that, and it still is that relevant in terms of the ads that I get. So now, they've taken this maybe a step further. When we get to a space where the content that I start seeing, it's content that's largely around things that I'm interested in, things that support my ideologies. How do we, I mean, what can we do? Because, I mean, it may lead to confirmation bias, because I'm only seeing things, you know, that go as to my line of thinking. And what does it do to social cohesion? Thanks.
Of course, you know, in election periods, in the US, for example, most Democrats were seeing Democrats advertising. And it was because there was some kind of bias in terms of the algorithm that had been created for that. But I think ultimately we need to ensure that we have a certain standard of work that has that oversight, but also principles that are guarded by, you know, some basic principles. I think that is the ultimate, because in order to have your trust, you need to ensure this, if it's an icon or whatever it is, but some kind of disclosure. But disclosure is not enough. It has to be, there has to be some traceability. And traceability is not enough. There has to be some accountability. And so you need to explain to your public what you've done and how it has enhanced it. But as time goes on, maybe that trust will be elevated. Otherwise, it could also backfire if you don't do it correctly. It could backfire in the sense that nowadays you see some synthetic news, you know that this is synthetic. Okay, so it backfires. I think what you are dealing with is from the ideation stage and creative stage, that is where you make the most impact. You know that today you have almost 1 million uploads on YouTube. Okay, so in order to make a difference, you need to take your role as a national broadcaster very differently. It's about information that people can trust. It's about news that people can trust, and it's about relevance.
Definitely, and I think, Mr. Effort, maybe you can weigh in here around you as a public broadcaster. There's certain role that you play again, cohesion is one of those things. What do you do if we are about to potentially lose that?
Yeah, I need to clearly point out that one of the roles of a public broadcaster is to build national cohesion, national unity, to rally our people around a common cause. a common goal, which is building our own countries. But also, I need also to point out that because of AI, like you clearly pointed out, some ads can run in on our platforms and probably without our own consent as a broadcaster, because we run our content on various social media platforms. So I think there's need for us to have control over those platforms in terms of whatever